Chapter 497. After the previous emperor of Beimang ascended the throne, he believed he had done 4 major things. He unified the imperial tent, built more than 600 relay stations, dug wells where there was no water, and set up Red Army guards in all the military towns and cities. The present empress had usurped the throne, but did not change politics. Other than continuing to work hard on these 4 matters, she also did 2 other things. She separated the military from the people. She also set up taxes and household registration. She also set up the agriculture department and wrote the essentials of agriculture. The civil official system in Beimang was not as perfect as it was in the spring and autumn period and the Central Plains. The emperor had to spend a great deal of energy on every matter. Therefore, in Su Fengyan's view, wearing the dragon robe was not attractive at all. Every family had their own problems. Emperor Zhao of the Liang dynasty was even more diligent. It was said that in these years he wrote thousands of words a day. It had to be said that this was an emperor who ruled the world and not a scholar who pursued authorship. To say nothing of other things, just the court meetings where he personally sat at the court door and dealt with all the major and minor matters of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries made the people who thought that an emperor only had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards fearful. It was late spring, the season of the valley rain. The heavy rain poured down on Great Peace City. Previously, the capital did not have the custom of putting up seals of the Taoist Master Forbidden Scorpion. However, as Prime Minister, Qingci Zhao Danping gained power in the capital, and the people praised it. Especially after the example of the emperor, the entire city had the custom of putting up seals of the Forbidden Scorpion in cinnabar. Normal people would go to the Taoist temple and spend a few dozen won to buy the seals. Rich families naturally had ways to get the Taoist spiritual master to personally write the seals. In the big houses, the clever old immortals in the Taoist temples of the capital would send Taoist children to deliver stack after stack of vermilion seals to their doors. This was no different from the warm tea given in the valley rain during the Qingming festival. At this time, there was still a short time before dawn. A man wearing a red python robe walked deep inside the palace. He held a few yellow talismans with red pellets that were completely different from the ordinary Forbidden Scorpion talismans. His other hand hung down in his sleeve, carrying an ordinary oil paper umbrella. He slowly walked through the corridors and aisles, heading towards the north gate of the Black Tortoise in the imperial palace. The man had no eyebrows or beard, only a head full of snow-white hair. 2 strands of long hair hung down in front of his bright red robe. The hand that held the talisman in his sleeve seemed to be trimmed and was as fair and slender as a woman's. However, upon closer inspection, there were countless red threads that looked like tiny snakes wriggling in the air. Although it was just a light drizzle, it was probably because they were close to the lake. After the shower, there were sounds of frogs croaking nearby. The north gate of the Black Tortoise had a drum room and a leaky room. There were diligent eunuchs on duty in each room. This eunuch in the python robe, whose hair was as white as frost, but whose face was well maintained, and who looked to be middle-aged, walked without a sound, like a red cat that was hunting mice in the night. The number of eunuchs in the imperial palace who were qualified to wear the red python robe could be counted on one's fingers. In terms of official rank, they were led by a 4th-level official who was in charge of the ceremonial seal eunuch and a 4th-level official who was in charge of the ceremonial brush eunuch. The imperial palace of Great and City was said to have 100,000 eunuchs. Although this was an exaggeration, it also showed that there were many eunuchs in the Zhao family that ruled the world. This eunuch, whose attire was enough to be called Jiao Temple, came to the Black Tortoise Gate and stuck a red seal with a picture of a rooster pecking at a scorpion. He didn't know how to read and naturally couldn't recognize what was written on those exquisite seals. When he entered the imperial palace at a young age, he didn't have the money to enter a school or private school. After entering the imperial palace and following his master, he was so busy that he didn't have the time to study. Later, his master became the emperor. Probably to avoid suspicion, he didn't have the inclination to study. Standing under the gate and looking at the seal personally written by Zhao Damping of Longhu Mountain, this eunuch's lips moved slightly, and he said 3 words that no one could hear: "Ghost seal." He raised his head to look at the sky. There was going to be a heavy rain. It was a pity that the newly red peach blossoms and the newly green buds would be ruined. He silently picked up his umbrella and walked back. As the 4th watch approached, an old eunuch on duty hurriedly ran toward the drum room with a green plate with golden characters on it. Along the way, all the eunuchs, regardless of their status, had to stand sideways to show their respect. Even the eunuchs inside the room, whose doors were not closed, had to stand up when they saw the old eunuch. Eunuchs, in the eyes of the world, were shrouded in fog, and there were too many rules and regulations to pay attention to. Once there was a great eunuch with imperial favor who bumped into an eunuch on duty and missed the night shift. That great eunuch's former supervisor had already become the head of the Imperial Horse Directorate. In private, they called each other father and son. The eunuch on duty was bitten back and beaten to death. Later, when Han Jiaoxi found out, not only was this great eunuch in his prime, but even the head eunuch of the Imperial Horse Directorate was lynched and skinned alive. This was a major matter that even the officials of the imperial court were terrified of. The emperor, who was used to personally attending to matters of state and family, only laughed it off. As for the censor's accusations, which were like snowflakes falling from the sky, he dismissed them with the words, "It's a family matter." At this time, the old eunuch, who was heading toward the drum room to deliver the hour plate, was immersed in the reverence of all the eunuchs he passed. When he saw the big red python robe and white hair turn around the corner, his hair immediately stood on end. He didn't dare to stop. He only bent down and lowered his head. His large strides became small steps, but he increased his pace so that his speed didn't increase. The white-haired, red python eunuch moved his shoulders slightly. The 2 eunuchs, whose statuses were as different as heaven and earth, brushed past each other. The old eunuch didn't even dare to breathe loudly. How could he not be afraid? When the new prince, who had been left behind among the common people, entered the palace, the person behind him had killed more than 400 eunuchs who dared to talk about the prince's identity in private. Among them was the head eunuch of the Guard Bureau, one of the 24 yamans that he trusted. This red python eunuch with bloody hands was naturally the head of the 100,000 eunuchs. Along with the butchers Su Shao and Wang Sanjia, he was known as one of the 3 pests of the dynasty, the Catman Han Jiaoxi. When the 5th watch sounded, it was also the break of dawn. Chapter 498. After the first sound of water dripping from the 9/4 room, a young eunuch with nimble legs rushed to the palace gate to report that dawn had arrived. Thousands of large red lanterns were hung up almost at the same time, illuminating the entire palace, making it bright and full of vitality. Han Jiaoxi walked lightly among them. When the second sound of water dripping came, he arrived in front of the emperor. After entering the room, he kept his head down. He could only see a pair of yellow and purple boots from the Imperial Clothing Administration. Excluding the color that symbolized honor and honor, they were no different from the cotton shoes of an ordinary family. Inside the room, there was a servant waiting on the man wearing a yellow dragon robe. The man listened to the sound of rain outside the window and laughed gently. Guyu reigns. All living things are clean and bright. It is a good omen. Han Jiaoxi bent over, his 2 strands of drooping hair almost touching the cold limestone floor. He said softly, "Reporting to your majesty, the sixth prince sent someone yesterday to deliver some tune before the rain into the palace." The man did not make a sound. The atmosphere in the room was stagnant. Only the rumbling of the rain could be heard outside the window. After a long time, he laughed and said, "Although the tune before the rain is tender like silk, it is obvious that he is giving it to you, the great master's husband. It has nothing to do with me." Han Jiaoxi bent even lower. The man took off a yellow and purple cotton shoe and smashed it on the body of the eunuch. He laughed loudly and said somewhat helplessly, "Just bring 3 caddies." Han Jiaoxi in the red python robe nodded. His snow-white hair curled on the floor. He picked up the cotton shoe, trotted a few steps, and handed it to Yu Qian Jingren. He then took a few steps back and stood in place. Using the soft and gentle voice of a eunuch, he said softly, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. The sixth prince only sent 2 caddies of tune." The man, who had just taken the cotton shoe and was about to put it on himself, threw it over and scolded with a smile, "Then bring the 2 caddies. As the great master, you don't have the fortune to eat it." The great eunuch with the treasure seal and several red python officials were already waiting quietly outside the door, standing in the middle of the corridor. The wind blew and the rain slanted. The rain beat against the railing and splashed into the corridor, soaking the shoes very quickly. These eunuchs were all 4th-ranked eunuchs. They were waiting to follow His Majesty to the south. Along the way, they had to cross the dragon path, which symbolized the boundary of the great inner kingdom. Then, they had to go around 2 palaces before they could reach the so-called Golden Imperial Hall to participate in the morning court. Before the court, there would be a few newly promoted servants who would join the group midway. They were all young and new faces, but even the eunuchs had to greet them with smiles. It was completely different from when the high-ranking officials and dignitaries met them in the palace and took the initiative to get off their horses and palanquins. The morning court of the current dynasty followed the old rules. The emperor came in person. Aside from natural disasters, the severe cold and intense heat continued throughout the day. However, for most of the low-ranking officials in the capital, it wasn't too tiring. They only needed to participate in the court that was held once every 5 days, as well as the morning court. The officials who lived on the streets near the imperial city where influential officials gathered would wake up at about 4 in the morning. As for the other officials, if they couldn't afford to buy a luxurious residence close to the imperial city, the closer they were to the imperial city, the more expensive the land. They would probably have to leave in the middle of the night to not miss the court session. Today, it was raining heavily. When the civil and military officials went out, they all brought raincoats. Right now, they were waiting for the gates to open. Because it was a great court session, not only were there nobles, marquises, princes, and consorts, as well as close to 1,000 officials, many hereditary meritorious officials also came to the morning court session. There were a total of 1,400 to 500 people standing densely in the rain outside the imperial city gates. The soybean-sized raindrops struck against the surface of the umbrellas, releasing pung-pung noises. This was a scene unique to a peaceful and prosperous era, waiting for the court to leak out. This was a massive empire unprecedented in history. Countless government orders were handed down to them to pass down to every corner of the territory after the bell rang. These officials who held great power in their hands had to abandon their umbrellas and move forward. After passing through the city gates, they weren't allowed to make any noise or spit. Only after Grand Secretary Zhang took over the reins of power was this type of bad habit washed away, each court session becoming increasingly solemn and dignified. Once a low-ranked minor official was discovered, they would naturally be chased out by the imperial guards and eunuchs. In the past, Many children of meritorious officials also didn't pay this type of matter any attention. Before stepping into the palace, they would always whisper with family friends, saying some disrespectful words. Only after Grand Secretary Zhang took over power was this type of bad habit washed away, each court session becoming more and more solemn and dignified. Great Yellow Gate Jean Lanting stood with an umbrella, still all alone. Most of the capital's officials who didn't like this person all privately mocked him for being a crane standing out from a flock of chickens, but rather a chicken standing out from a flock of cranes. This was especially the case for this carp-jumping little scholar Huang Gate, who actually had diarrhea during one morning court session, almost suffocating to death. Fortunately, Huang Gate wasn't like the fourth rank and lower officials, who could only kneel outside the palace, unable to enter the palace to meet the emperor. His Majesty saw through this abnormality and specially allowed him to leave. Only then did he not become a huge laughingstock. As a result, this Huang Gate, who relied on selling his acquaintance with several great figures with great difficulty, completely became the capital's pre-tea and post-meal topic of ridicule. This was especially the case after Huan, when led the Imperial College's left chancellor to Guangling Road to take on the role of administrator. In the entire capital, the only fourth rank and above official who was willing to let Jean Lanting enter the palace was also gone. Who told this brat to just have to be so close to Baelyang? Jean Lanting, who smugly entered the capital with the status of being a replacement for the Great Yellow Gate, had long lost his initial scholarly spirit, his edges and corners polished. He also no longer cared about the earth-shattering mockery and ridicule. He clearly remembered those jealous and envious gazes the day after he was invited by Chancellor Huan to attend the court session. Jean Lanting stretched out a hand outside the umbrella. Raindrops hit the center of his palm, causing him to feel a burst of pain. He, who had been using the oil paper umbrella to cover his face all this time, slightly opened the umbrella and looked at those officials of all kinds who were gathered together like a small mountain. Listening to them talk and laugh wittily, this familiar Xian Lang, who was collectively rejected by the capital's officials, lightly tiptoed. Because of his noble status, the court had to strictly follow the order of rank and enter in a single file. He was able to approach the main gate of the imperial city. Thus, Jean Lanting saw a few conspicuous umbrellas. One of them was Grand Secretary Zhang Julu, whose figure was several inches taller than a normal person's umbrella. Under the umbrella, other than this important figure, who was a pillar of strength for 300 years, there was also Sun Shiji, the left servant of the province of Menxia, who could not attend court but insisted on attending court. It was probably because the Grand Secretary was worried about old servant Sun's health that he helped hold the umbrella to block the rain. This was a great honor, not at all inferior to the emperor's permission for old servant Sun to sit in court. Jean Lanting withdrew his ice-cold hand. He lowered his eyelids and clenched his fists. He quietly looked not far away at another official who was also from Baelyang, the assistant minister of rights, Yan Jieshi, who was a relative of the emperor. The governor of Baelyang's Lingzhou also happened to look over. Their gazes met and then bounced away. Jean Lanting withdrew his gaze without leaving a trace. He took a deep breath, his gaze firm and resolute. He wanted to be an official who spoke out. The treacherous official who was about to be impeached by him today was precisely the king of Baelyang, Su Shao, who had helped him enter the capital to become an official. He knew that after morning court, regardless of whether the rain stopped or not, he would shake the court and his reputation would spread throughout the world. At this time, Su Fengnian had turned into Orange Prefecture. Chapter 499. Su Fengnian figured out a principle, the so-called, when you draw your sword, you look around and feel at a loss. In addition to worrying about the country and the people, there was another possibility, which was to get lost. Because he had changed the fixed route, He could only follow the general direction like a headless fly. Fortunately, he met a group of scholars who were being cut off by horse gangs on the way. He helped them without drawing his sword, and then they turned to the border between Dragon Waste State and Orange State. The reason why he helped them was that he recognized the identity of these people as the descendants of the Spring and Autumn Annals. Moreover, the horse gangs were not unfamiliar to him. Two of them were the ones who wanted to kidnap people back to warm the bed. For the female head of the family, this group of scholars of different ages should be from good families. It was not known whether the family hired a guard instructor or hired 5 or 6 strong warriors, but they were not powerless against more than 30 horse gangs who came and went like the wind. Several men with swords also performed quite well. Although their swordsmanship was fancy, it was more than enough to frighten the horse gangs. Several young women dressed in men's clothes looked at them with shining eyes. However, Su Fengnian, who had done the most to make the final decision, made them lose interest. This was probably because he was wearing a mediocre face. Most of the love in the world was literary and focused on the feeling of love at first sight. But in the end, how could a man not be handsome or full of scholarly aura that was suffocating to the nose when he was the main character in a novel about a scholar and a beauty? How could a woman not be able to captivate the birds and beasts, obscure the moon, and put flowers to shame? Su Fengnian did not feel any disappointment about this. On the contrary, he got along well with a few old Confucian scholars in the group. Only then did he find out that this group of people were the children of a few clans in Gusai State that had been connected for generations. The sage's teachings required one to read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 li. There were a few people in the group who had reached the age of 20 at the same time. Coincidentally, one of the old scholars had a marriage alliance with a big clan in Tangerine State. He also wanted to see the scenery of the frontier fortress, so they traveled together. The young people took advantage of their prime to study, while the old ones took advantage of the fact that one of their feet was still outside the coffin to travel quickly. As for the 3 women, they were all scholars who had reached the age of 20. Although they were also the descendants of the people who had fled to the north after they were infected with the atmosphere of Beimang, they mustered up their courage to elope. Su Fengnian pondered for a moment and knew that most of the families they belonged to were slightly inferior to the few young scholars. They hoped that they could take advantage of the opportunity during their travels and climb up the social ladder, so he turned a blind eye to it. Su Fengnian's small talk with Tiannan and Di Bei also confirmed that there were 4 classes of people in Beimang. The remnants of the spring and autumn period were all in the 2nd class. Later on, the Empress of Beimang, Jingjiulu, and the Qing dynasty changed the surname to determine the rank. Other than the fact that everyone in the court was well aware that they were paving the way for the Murong family, they were not completely without merit. In the Southern dynasty, other than the 3 surnames Gao and Hua, the next so-called high-ranking families were mostly Bing and Ding. The old Confucian scholar, who had a close relationship with Su Fengnian, was able to join the Ding family because his clan brother had once served as the official minister of the Southern Dynasty's Ministry of Personnel. As for the leader of the group, although he was only from a 3rd-class noble family in the Central Plains when he fled to the north, he had taken root in Beimang. Perhaps because the land were suitable, 2 people from his family had been ranked high in the Southern Dynasty's 9 ministers. Along the way, they learned that this young man with the surname Su and given name Qi was just a concubine's son from Gusai Prefecture. They didn't even want to give him a smile, as if they were afraid that if they talked to him, young Master Luo would treat them as a frivolous and superficial woman. There was still a day's journey before they reached the border city of Orange State. In the dusk, the group of more than 20 people began to camp and rest. Su Fengnian nimbly helped several old Confucian scholars to set up sheepskin tents. In the eyes of some snobbish people, they were less interested in making friends with him. Only a few retainers who had almost died in the hands of the horse gang occasionally struck up a conversation with him, who was said to be half a soldier and half a merchant. The south central part of Beimang was located in the north. It was easy to have fertile water and grass. There were also continuous mountains near Jinsi state of the Liang dynasty. However, they did not dare to cross the border too far. If they encountered the nobles of the northern dynasty, whether they were from the grassland or from the army, they might not even be able to return to Gusai state alive, let alone be rebuffed. After roughly setting up camp, they began to roast meat over a bonfire and warm up the wine and tea. Yesterday, a retainer with excellent archery had killed a wild horse and a few swans. Before they finished eating, Su Fengnian had only tasted a few bites of half-cooked horse meat thanks to several old Confucian scholars. Sitting in front of the bonfire, the young scholars talked loudly, as if one exhaled to save the country and the people, and one inhaled to save the world. The old scholars reminisced about the time when they were young in the Central Plains. For some reason, the topic focused on the military strength of the two dynasties and then the arm strength of the crossbow. The old man surnamed Luo of the Ding family saw that Su Fengnian seemed to be engrossed in the conversation, so he explained with a smile the strength of the crossbow, or the so-called bow strength, is the method of hanging a heavy object upside down until it is fully drawn. The weight of the object is the same as the weight of the bow. There is also a relatively rare rod and scale hook, which is more accurate and is usually used in the military camp. This old man's retainer who pulled the bow and shot down the swan has the arm strength of nearly 2 stones. I dare not say that he can shoot through a willow leaf in 100 steps, but he can shoot through 1 or 2 pieces of leather armor at about 80 steps. The bow he used is of the best quality in the winter. The buffalo horn and the elk tendon are also good materials for making bows. It's a pity that fish gelatin and silk are not good enough. Otherwise, the bow he carried could be sold for at least 300 taels of silver. Chapter 500. Su Fengnian said with a smile, "Mr. Luo, if that's the case, then that bow should be able to draw at least 300 jin of force, right?" Old scholar Luo stroked his beard and said with a smile, "That's right, but 300 jin of force is something that only a brave general on the battlefield can draw. If he could, then he wouldn't be this old man's retainer." Su Chi, can you guess that this person was a Bailiang army crossbowman when he was young? Su Fengnian glanced at the silent man wiping the bow and shook his head. "I really can't guess." Perhaps it was because the handsome men and beauties next to the bonfire heard the words Bailiang army and became interested in the conversation. They began to talk about the generals in the Bailiang army. Some said that Chen Jibao's spear technique was invincible, while others said that Yuan Zuozong was the true #1 in terms of combat strength. There were even some who said that Rinta should be at least first rank, or else how could he have obtained the king of Bailiang's boa robe when he joined the army at the age of 10? There was no end to this debate. Most of the handsome, young men believed that Su Shao was shrewd and had always hidden his strength on the battlefield. It was impossible for him to be a 2nd or 3rd rank martial artist. 2nd rank master was indeed outstanding, but for a great general whose achievements were almost enough to shock the emperor, it was unavoidable that he couldn't bring it out. The old scholar saw that Su Fengnian didn't say anything and asked with a smile, "Su Chi, what do you think?" Su Fengnian wiped the grease from the roasted meat at the corner of his mouth. "I think Su Shao is at most 2nd rank. It's only because of his good luck that he was able to leave the battlefield alive. I heard that after he became a general, the heavy snow camp that followed him always suffered the most casualties out of all the Bailiang army." A young man who admired Su Fengnian had sharp ears and was about to throw a branch into the bonfire, but it hit the ground at Su Fengnian's feet. He sneered, "Small fish and shrimp in a small pond. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything." Su Fengnian nodded with a smile and said, "Good." Old scholar Luo quickly warmed the atmosphere with a smile. "Everyone has their own opinions. Right now, we're thousands of miles away from home, and no one speaks for themselves." The young men and women were clearly much more respectful towards this elder who had walked out of the Ding family. A few of the talented youths who had wanted to seize the opportunity to make things difficult swallowed their words back into their stomachs along with the roasted meat. Although the second-generation descendants of the spring and autumn survivors who had migrated to Beimang weren't as disdainful as the Central Plains, they lived under someone else's roof in Beimang and didn't dare to blindly look down on martial artists. However, their families' teachings were still closely related to many of their habits. For example, the heir of the Luo family, who had the reputation of being a scholar and a sword scholar, was still more scholarly than swordsmanship. This was especially true for the one called Su Qi, who was only from a low-class noble family in Gusai Prefecture. Naturally, he couldn't study literature well, so he took a step back and studied martial arts, hoping to climb up the ranks of the border army and accumulate scholarly honors. Someone like him, who was neither high nor low, actually dared to talk about national and military affairs. The elegant heir of the Luo family pointed at a gentle woman with a branch and laughed. "Miss Su, don't you have a younger brother who admires that Bailiang and His Royal Highness the most?" The woman who was playing with a jade pendant softly said, "They're all jackals of the same tribe. They're all good-for-nothings who don't amount to anything. They only know how to lead evil servants around and bully the common people like dogs. It's just that the heir of Bailiang has a better family background. They're all the same type of trash. If he were to stand in front of me, I wouldn't even look at him." The three women seemed to have a harmonious relationship on the surface, but it was actually very interesting. The one surnamed Su only wanted to travel thousands of miles and unintentionally planted a willow in the shade, which made the heir of the Luo family somewhat moved. The other two women wanted to plant flowers, but the flowers didn't bloom. No matter how coquettishly they flirted and threw flirtatious glances, the heir of the Luo family only teased them with a few words and didn't give them any reassurance. The two ladies were extremely annoyed. If the one surnamed Su was present, they would have a common enemy. If the one surnamed Su was present, they would have a common enemy. If the one surnamed Su was present, they would have a common enemy. When one of them heard that the one surnamed Su was so pretentious, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "Sister Su, are you serious? Ah, you can't even fake your expression in front of Bailiang and His Royal Highness? Don't be so embarrassed that you can't even speak when you're in front of him. Little sister, I've heard that His Royal Highness is very handsome. Although he's a bit unrestrained when it comes to romantic affairs, he claims to be second, but no one dares to claim to be first." The woman surnamed Su smiled gracefully and didn't refute. The other woman with an oval face, who was more charming than elegant, was even more eccentric. "Sister Su, don't you like to appraise ancient paintings? Let's not talk about other things. Who in the world doesn't know that famous paintings that have been jokingly stamped with the word fake are all genuine? How many people have collected paintings that everyone regards as suspenseful and thus have their names verified?" The woman surnamed Su smiled and said, "On this point, the heir of Bailiang has indeed contributed greatly. No gold is pure. Didn't young Master Luo also say that he's not proficient in the zither? But a hand has 5 fingers, and there's also a long one. This is precisely Bailiang and His Royal Highness." The two women were choked by her watertight explanation. They looked at each other in dismay, but they couldn't find any weakness that could be used against her. They were indignant and didn't say anything. Su Fengnian gazed at the gradually growing fire and smiled faintly. It felt pretty good to be mocked in front of his face. If he were in Beiliang, he wouldn't be so lucky. Su Fengnian couldn't help but think of Li Yishan, who had never admitted to being his master. He also somewhat missed the painful feather duster that Li Yishan used to hit his palm when he was young. This feather duster was still on the top floor of the Tide Listening Pavilion. A lot of principles had been developed in this way. He didn't know why, but when he was scolded by Su Shao in his immature childhood and youth, he felt wronged and ran off to the mausoleum in a fit of pique. On the contrary, he was beaten by Li Yishan and never held a grudge. This time, when he returned to Beiliang, he had to bring him a few jugs of good wine. Chapter 5:01. The sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow was mild. Young Master Luo held a wine pot in his hand and spoke a stream of witty words as he chatted. He talked about how he did not consider the pros and cons in the face of righteousness, and how he did not see defeat in the eyes of others. He talked about how common people would be relieved when they saw that there was nothing in front of them, but they did not know that Kung Fu was only an accident. Even Su Fengnian, an outsider, listened with great interest and felt that his tackiness had suddenly lessened. Not to mention the two young ladies who were already secretly in love with young Master Luo. They wished that they could snuggle up to him or simply go to the bed and listen to his teachings. Several old scholars also nodded their heads repeatedly. It was obvious that they had a good impression of this Luo family disciple, not just because he was surnamed Luo, just like when they met the horse thieves. This person pulled out his sword to fight off the enemy before his retainers. What an outstanding and elegant scholar. He would definitely not be a promising future. With young Master Luo acting as the go-between, the atmosphere was warm. A gifted scholar improvised a poem while the woman surnamed Su played the bamboo flute, leisurely. The rest of the young men and women either clapped their hands in agreement or beat the dried twigs to make light drums. It was a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Old scholar Luo, who was wearing a scholar's green robe and a jade hanging from his waist, looked into the distance and sighed with emotion. How big of a mind can a frog at the bottom of a well look at the sky at the mouth of the well? Looking into the distance, the world is vast, and the heart's eye is also opened. So, you young people should take advantage of your better health to go out and walk around. I followed my family to the north, and along the way, there was chaos and turmoil. I was displaced and became a common person. Only then did I understand the suffering and difficulties of the common people. So when we arrived at Beimang, I think that our group of old scholars on the whole is much less romantic and more humane than those scholars who stayed in the Central Plains. Our children also lack the unsuitable loftiness of many scholars. Su Fengnian twisted his two fingers and gently broke off a dried twig. He threw it into the bonfire and nodded with a smile. Old Master Luo's words are very reasonable. The old scholar, whose family background was one of the best in the southern dynasties of Beimang, withdrew his gaze and looked at the good-tempered young man. He laughed in a low voice. Little brother Su, Luo Changhe, and the other scholars, although they are rude and don't have a good expression, in fact, they don't have any bad feelings towards you. It's just that when they met the horse thieves, an outsider who took the limelight, they were unable to turn around and put their faces down. I've been through this. When I was young of jealousy, I was too jealous of them. It's fate that brought us together. When we return to Gusai State in the future, if you encounter any difficulties, I can guarantee that they will definitely say a few words for you if they bump into you. But most likely, they won't show up and tell you that it was I who helped you. Su Fengnian nodded. Although the old scholar beside him was a noble and famous scholar, he was willing to hang out with him, a son of a concubine from a family that was not worth mentioning. This was enough to explain a lot of things. This old man was experienced in the ways of the world and was familiar with people's hearts. What he said was the truth with reason and evidence. The old scholar laughed. He rummaged around and finally found a clean porcelain bowl from his bag. He handed it to Su Fengnian and asked, "We just met by chance. Can we have a drink?" Su Fengnian squinted his eyes and smiled. "One cup is too little. As long as there is enough wine, a few bowls will do." The old scholar pretended to protect the deerskin wine bag that was only half empty. He pretended to be angry and said, "I can't drink more than a few bowls." Su Fengnian smiled helplessly and said, "When we arrive in the city tomorrow, I'll just give you a good bag of wine." Two old men who were 5 or 6 years younger than old scholar Luo took advantage of the situation and laughed heartily. "Little brother, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other." "That's reasonable." Su Fengnian promised and agreed. He didn't know when the custom of composing a poem after drinking a bowl of wine had been established. After a round of drinking, even Su Fengnian's side could not escape. Even the 5 or 6 retainers sitting around the bonfire also coyly spouted out a few vulgar slang words. They couldn't be counted as 5 or 7 words, but when they came from the mouths of men, there was a bit of a rough frontier atmosphere. It couldn't be said that they were deliberately trying to embarrass Su Fengnian, an outsider, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It was Su Fengnian's turn. The old scholar, surnamed Luo, helped pour a bowl of wine and reminded him with a smile, "You can't talk about the palace and ruin the mood by composing a poem. You also can't recite the poems of the great poets. As long as it's your own, you can just make it up." Su Fengnian didn't know why, but he remembered several waterfalls on Mount Hui and Mount Zhihua in Wudong, as well as watching the tide by the Guangling River. He remembered many old friends and stories. He downed a bowl of strong wine in one gulp. He asked for a chopstick and lightly tapped the edge of the bowl. With a ding-dong sound, he looked at the bonfire and said softly, "The waterfall of the lotus is covered in smoke. The waterfall of the bull is thunderous. Only the waterfall of Zhihua is not strange in the waterfall's spine, like a celestial being lying sideways on a large mound. Its power can stretch out 94,000 feet, like the flying immortal of Dunhuang, releasing the 9 paths of the green sky Milky Way, just like the old general's hair on his temples." The young men and women who thought this guy was going to make a fool of himself were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. Most of them were familiar with poetry and books, and knew that this was just the beginning. Luo Changha and the woman surnamed Su both frowned and thought carefully about the meaning. The old scholars besides Su Fengnian didn't think so much, but old scholar Luo followed the boy's example. He lightly slapped his thigh and drank a mouthful of wine with narrowed eyes. "I came at the time of splashing ink and rain. The 2 cliffs were tight, and the wind was furious. The cloud waves rose and surged 10,000 feet. The flood washed away the traveler's path. I once watched the tide, and the waterfall, under the waterfall stood a white deer. In a split second, man and deer looked at each other. Southern Tang, Eastern Yu, or Western Shu. After that, there was an old monk leading the deer away, and then there was the deer turning around and laughing. When I finished speaking, the moon set in the west, the mountains and waters were boundless. I only felt the smoke under the stone bridge. The thunder rumbled, carrying the spring and autumn wind and the bitter rain, mighty and mighty like the river." This poem that had just been blurted out was probably too unconventional, making it impossible for people to comment on its quality. They only felt that there was air in their chest that couldn't be released, like the 1,000-layer waterfall pouring down and piling up and echoing in the deep pool. Finally, a scholar couldn't help but say softly, "Is this a poem or a poem? It's neither a donkey nor a horse. It's not particular at all. Another scholar asked carefully, "There's no physique at all, but there's still some meaning, right?" Perhaps old Master Luo was holding the bowl unsteadily. Some wine splashed on his hand. He unconsciously stroked his beard, wetting his gray beard. He didn't care about these details. He and the other two old scholars looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were full of sincere appreciation. After returning from 3 years of traveling, he asked for a bowl of wine at the wine shop at the city gate. He told the waiter to serve the wine and then fell asleep. Later on, he carried the bowl and walked in the martial emperor's city, and today, under the night sky of the prairie, he knocked the bowl and sang softly. Su Fengnian felt as if a lifetime had passed. He was in a daze, lost in thought, and didn't hear the words of those young masters and misses. The short saber springtime thunder, lying quietly on his lap, was trembling incessantly. He didn't know if the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat was referring to this concept when he said that, in the scabbard, one cry would soar to the ninth heaven. The old Confucian scholar seemed to want to make a judgment. He laughed in a deep voice and said, "I write with my hand, I speak with my mouth, I think with my mouth. How can I be bound by the poems of the predecessors?" "Xiao Xiongdi, do you have a name for your poem?" Su Fengnian came back to his senses and blushed with shame. He said, "I came up with an idea on the spur of the moment. I don't have one yet." An old scholar drank a mouthful of wine and smacked his lips. He sighed and said, "Why don't you call it the waterfall breathing song? It can teach our generation scribes, who are like flies and dogs, to also produce a few pounds of awe-inspiring righteousness." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "The name is too big. I really don't dare to accept it." The other bonfires felt a little awkward and left one after another. They either went for a walk under the moon or went back to their tents to rest. Only Luo Changhe and the woman surnamed Su stood up and sat down. Luo Changhe laughed softly and said, "Young Master Su's breadth of mind is as wide as the hills and valleys. I admit that I'm not as good as you." Chapter 502. The few old scholars also got up and left. Whether it was the martial world or Jianghu, not to mention the scholarly and literary circles, in the end, it was up to the young to shine. However, Master Luo was still considerate and quietly left behind a wine bag. Su Fengnian shook his head and self-mockingly said, "If it's really a good poem, it's only because I accidentally used up the last bit of talent I had left in my life." Luo Changhe laughed straightforwardly. "Young master's modesty makes me feel even more ashamed. For example, my title of scholar swordsman sounds like something, but its origin is actually quite unbearable. It's just spending money to get the literary circles to promote it. When drinking with the brothel's famous prostitutes, I accidentally came up with a few lines of poetry. It's really romantic to spend a lot of money to get drunk instead of buying meat. I found a few soft persimmons that the common people hated to the core to play with. When I turned 20, I asked the scholarly and famous people to give me a profound and resounding word. My reputation snowballed. Such a scholar swordsman. If the goods aren't real and the price isn't, how much can he be? Young Master Su's poem is much more realistic." Su Fengnian's lips curled up. Young Master Luo is really a very straightforward person. Luo Changhe asked, "Since you're so honest with me, can we drink a bowl of wine together?" The smiling woman, surnamed Su, helped to pour the wine. Su Fengnian and Luo Changhe held their bowls and drank it in one gulp. Su Fengnian laughed softly. "Actually, when it comes to writing poems, my second sister is the one who's really talented. In the past, I wasn't as good as young Master Luo and only knew how to spend money to buy poems. Looking back now, it's quite silly." The woman, surnamed Su, took small sips of wine, her smile becoming more sincere. Luo Changhe raised his bowl and said, Which young man isn't frivolous? I'll toast you on behalf of a friend to thank you for your chivalrous help a few days ago. I'll drink first as a sign of respect." They each drank another bowl of wine. Luo Changha's face was already red from drinking. He stood up and said apologetically, "I can't drink anymore." Su Fengnian and the woman surnamed Su stood up at the same time. The latter said softly, "Mr. Luo, shall we walk together?" Seeing Su Fengnian secretly winking at him, Luo Changha, who had a tacit understanding, blushed even more and went to relieve his boredom. Luo Changha was in a great mood now that his efforts had finally paid off. Along the way, he had been unable to subdue the beautiful young lady by his side. It wasn't until tonight that the young man surnamed Su was reciting a poem that Luo Changha suddenly realized that this beautiful young lady didn't like the free and easy style of the past. Luo Changha was also a decisive person, so he lowered himself to the bottom and used the opportunity of exposing his heart to the young man surnamed Su to beat around the bush. Sure enough, it worked miraculously and won the young lady's heart. He turned his head and saw the young man surnamed Su standing in the same place and gave him a thumbs up. Luo Changha returned the gesture without saying anything. Su Fengnian picked a secluded direction and walked alone, lying down on the bank of a river. There were 8 prefectures in Beimang. Gusai and Longyao prefectures were adjacent to Beiliang, Yuzhou, and Fengzhou, while the long and narrow Tangerine prefectures bordered the northern Liang dynasty and Liao. North of Tangerine prefectures was Jinsi, putting aside the farthest places in the Tangerine prefectures that he was about to enter. There was a martial arts ranking official, Murong Baoding. Of course, Su Fengnian was not so bored as to risk his life to fight with such an important figure. This time, he had a clear plan for his trip to Beimang. He went to Liao City to kill people, and he sent the young and strong General Tao Qianji to contribute his meager strength to Beiliang. He went to Flying Fox City to find someone, the masked man who had taught a disciple like Chen Jibao. However, it seemed that his luck was not good. His next plan was to go to Jinsi Prefecture to assassinate a descendant of the imperial Yelu family, and then temporarily flee south to Tangerine Prefecture to find a blacksmith and a blacksmith. Regardless of whether he could find a blacksmith or a blacksmith, his next plan was to rush to the northern ice plains. However, in the middle of this plan, the old abbot of the 2 Zen temples had intentionally or unintentionally disrupted the plan. Su Fengnian had almost lost his life in the grassland. He could not say that he hated this old monk, but he had always been very respectful towards him. Moreover, he had taken the living Sariras and Jindan in his sleeves for nothing. However, it would be a lie to say that he was grateful to the old monk. It was not scary to provoke Tuoba Chunsun, but it would be troublesome to implicate the Tuoba family. Su Fengnian took out a small square wooden box, held it in front of his eyes, and then spun it on his fingertips. Chao Chongqing had said that his whereabouts had been exposed, and 2 people had smelled his scent and wanted to kill him. One of them was the female blind zither player, who was ranked 5th among the 10 great devils. Was she an expert in the mystic finger killing Vajra realm? Since she was at the mystic finger realm, which was beyond the first stage of the Vajra realm, why was she an expert in it? Did this mean that this woman was the most hardworking and most familiar with killing Vajra realm experts? Su Fengnian flicked the small wooden box and shook his head. He didn't want to be troubled by these unanswered questions. He was looking forward to meeting the swordsmith who was a remnant of the spring and autumn period who was hiding in the marketplace of Orange Prefecture. Only people like the Grand Preceptor of West Chu, Sun Shiji, had reached this realm. It was the same for a small recluse to hide in the wilderness, give lectures in the academy, and escape from the Zen forest. It was already considered not bad to be able to achieve this without making a name for oneself. As for the swordsmith who was hiding in the marketplace, it seemed that he had the least talent and the most expert aura. However, when he thought about the identity of the person that this blacksmith wanted to protect, Su Fengnian felt relieved. It was already a magnificent feat to be able to survive. The West Shu Emperor's family produced a sword emperor who died in battle due to exhaustion in Bailiang's iron hooves. However, 2 loyal officials risked their lives to steal the young crown prince. One was a scholar, while the other was a warrior. The scholar was Zhao Dingxiu, the great scholar of the spring and autumn period. The name of the warrior was unknown. He only knew that he was the one who forged and carried the sword for the Sword Emperor of West Shu for more than 20 years. It was said that a group of people escaped to the cliff in the South Sea and jumped to their deaths. Su Fengnian only knew that this was not the case before he left Bailiang. When he was looking for someone in Flying Fox City, it was Su Xiao who asked him to pass a message. This time, it was his master, Li Yishan, who roughly meant that West Shu's 400-year legacy could continue. However, the prerequisite was that the crown prince, who should be in his 20s, had to go to Bailiang. Su Fengnian was a little uncertain. West Shu's imperial palace was destroyed by the Bailiang cavalry, and the legacy was broken. Could such a thing be negotiated? Would that swordsmith kill someone as soon as they met? However, his master must have a countermeasure in the tide-listening pavilion. In the past, even if the sky fell, Su Fengnian had Su Xiao to shoulder it. Su Fengnian had never paid much attention to these kinds of undercurrents in the imperial court. However, he had been influenced by what he saw and heard since he was young. To say that Su Fengnian was a layman in officialdom was indeed to underestimate His Royal Highness, who had a bad reputation on the surface. Su Fengnian sat up, put away the living Saraira, and counted with his fingers. Other than the few old generals left in the Bailiang army, the biggest force in the core force was probably Su Zhao's 6 adopted sons. Chen Zhibao did not need to be mentioned. Yuan Zuozong's loyalty was unquestionable. Yi Shizhen, who had the reputation of Little Zhao Chongling, was good at scheming and had an open personality. However, his relationship with His Royal Highness could only be considered distant. Yao Jian, who was good at searching for dragon sand, was the closest to him other than Chu Lushan. When he was young, he would often follow him to various places in Bailiang to study geography. As for Lu Qiu'er, Su Fengnian sighed. In the world, only Su Xiao could see through this fatty's thoughts. He was still too weak. Next were the generals and advisors like Ning Amei and the mighty beast Wei Fuqing. They were also outstanding in their own style. They either set up their own schools or attached themselves to one of the 6 adopted sons. Naturally, these people also had their own small mountaintop camp. Their roots were very intertwined, but compared to the Liang dynasty's imperial court, in the end, it was still a bit cleaner. The group of civil officials, led by Li Hanlin's greedy father, Li Gongda, was still far from being able to challenge the Bailiang army. They could only observe the situation and maintain politics. Su Fengnian counted. The only one who could be called his direct subordinate seemed to be Commandant Guo Yi Huang Fucheng, who had used the lives of his entire family as a pledge of allegiance. Su Fengnian looked down at the lonely finger that symbolized only one trusted aide. He said to himself, "So miserable." Chapter 503. Su Fengnian sat alone by the river. Luo Changhe, old scholar Luo, and the others were already used to it. In the middle of the night, Su Fengnian controlled the Xian lay sword and dripped blood to nourish the sword embryo. 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. The metaphor behind these 2 sayings was a top secret in Bailiang Palace. The former was Su Fengnian's men of sacrifice, while the latter was Su Zhao's trusted retainer. After obtaining the Peach Blossom Sword deity's 12 flying swords, Su Fengnian had an unforgettable memory of the latter. Zi Xianjia, Cho Chunmei, In Bamboo Horse, Mao Morning Dew, Chen Chun Shui, Sea Peach Blossom, Wu Jinlu, Wei Huangtong, Shenmei Yu Zhuke, Su Wuling, and Hai Tai. The time of nourishing the swords corresponded with the time when the flying swords came out of the furnace, except for the Jinlu sword, which received the Buddha's golden blood as a gift and was able to nurture more than half of the sword embryo. The rest of the flying swords were less than half, especially the Xian Lei and Hai Tai swords, which had the strongest sword wills. They were simply stubborn. It seemed that they did not see eye to eye with their new master and were progressing at a snail's pace. Putting away the Xian Lei sword, Su Fengnian released the Jinlu sword. As his fingers slid, the flying sword killed a fish in the river. Having nothing to do, Su Fengnian felt that using one sword to stir the water was not bold enough, so he simply controlled 8 more swords to form a 9. Gradually, countless splashes appeared. Then he put away all 9 flying swords in an instant. After putting them in his sleeves, they were almost all wrapped around his arm into the sword pouch. Not to mention other things, just this exquisite control was enough to stun ordinary martial artists. Su Fengnian picked up a stone and threw it into the river. Then, the elite retainer of old scholar Luo's family walked over from afar. He stood in the distance and hesitated for a while. When he saw Su Fengnian throwing stones into the water from time to time, he walked 30 steps closer and said loudly, "I'm Feng Shanliang. If I've disturbed young Master Su and offended you in any way, please forgive me." Su Fengnian threw a stone and clapped his hands. He turned his head and smiled. "It's fine. I can't sleep either." Feng Shanliang was sitting by the riverside a little further away. He cupped his hands and said, "Young master, thank you for your help in killing the horse gang a few days ago. I'd like to thank you on behalf of my brothers. I'm not afraid that young Master Su will laugh at me, but my brothers and I are just slaves and servants. We don't dare to say that we'll repay your kindness. On the one hand, you really saved our lives. On the other hand, even if we want to repay your kindness, we don't have anything to offer. I only dare to say that when we reach the town tomorrow, we'll privately invite young Master Su to find a clean restaurant to drink and eat meat." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "That's good. I still have some money left. After eating and drinking to my heart's content, even if I can't afford the girls in the big brothels, I can still go to the small brothels. Brother Feng, are you interested? Although I say to others that I'm from a small aristocratic family, I'm actually just a merchant's son. I'm not on the same path as young Master Luo and the other aristocratic families. I'm also afraid of being snubbed. Brother Feng, you're on the right path. To tell you the truth, the reason why I'm treating you to the brothels is that I want to invite Brother Feng to have a meal with me when I'm in your territory. That way, my small business can be taken care of." Previously, the horse gang was defeated, but they didn't suffer heavy casualties. I was afraid that young Master Su was the horse gang's spy, so I secretly sent a brother who used to be a scout to inquire about information from the periphery. However, there was no trace of the horse gang. Tomorrow, we will enter the military town to rest. So I feel that I have wronged young Master Su. My brothers and I are rough people who only know how to wield swords and spears, but we still want to be thick-skinned. Therefore, I want to apologize to young Master Su and accept any beating or scolding." Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, "It's human nature. Brother Feng, you worry too much. If I were in your shoes, I would also be more cautious when I'm outside." Feng Shanliang was not a talkative person. After saying the words that he had been preparing for a long time, he did not know what to say. Su Fengnian hesitated and asked, I heard from old Master Luo that Brother Feng used to be a crossbowman in Bailiang. Feng Shanling showed a trace of absent-mindedness and said with a smile, "It was a long time ago." Su Fengnian picked up a flat stone beside him and threw it into the water. He said, "The Liang Mang border has a crossbow control pass to prevent crossbows from crossing the border. Brother Feng, I'm afraid that you haven't touched a crossbow for many years." Chapter 504. The rough man who had once become a Bailiang crossbowman because of his outstanding talent smiled bitterly and lamented, "Yes, I still remember that before I retired from the army, I squatted on the ground and touched the broken crossbow, secretly crying for a long time. All these years, I was the head martial arts instructor of the Luo family's courtyard. Relying on the skills I learned in the Bailiang army, I taught more than a dozen of the Luo family's concubines' sons' archery and equestrian skills. I also accumulated some money at the same time and thought that I could finally buy a good crossbow to satisfy my craving. Unexpectedly, a daughter without a handle was born in the family last year. My daughter-in-law said that she should save up for her daughter's dowry now, and buy this and that. Not to mention the other things, just the carved daughter's bed. Not to mention the matching dressing table, washstand, silver cabinet, and chairs. Just one bed cost 60 taels of silver. Alas, the money was spent like flowing water. Su Fengnian smiled. Does our daughter look like Brother Feng or sister-in-law? If it's like Brother Feng, it's indeed necessary to prepare more dowry. Feng Shanling was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. Young Master Su's honest words. Old Feng likes to hear them. Ha! You don't say. That girl is lucky that except for her eyes, she looks like her mother. In the future, it shouldn't be too difficult for her to find a good match. Su Fengnian joked. It's a pity that I am too old. If not, I can still claim kinship with Brother Feng and become his father-in-law. Feng Shanling said, "Seriously, don't even think about it. Before my daughter is 13 or 14 years old, which bastard dares to have bad intentions? I will hang him on a tree and beat him." After saying that, Feng Shanling laughed first, and then he didn't forget to cup his hands and apologize to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian nodded and said, "The son-in-law is half a son to the mother-in-law. The more she looks at him, the more pleasing he is to the eye. But he is also half an enemy to the father-in-law, a thief who stole his own daughter. My father said that he can't wait for my two sisters to never get married in their lifetime. What's the point of getting married? It wasn't easy to raise a daughter, but she was bullied by other men who don't know how to cherish her." Feng Shanling smiled and said, "Yes, yes, yes. In the past, I always complained to my wife that when I first came to propose marriage, the father-in-law always looked at me with disdain. Now that I have a daughter, I finally understand." Su Fengnian looked at the bright Milky Way above his head, and then looked to the south. Compared to Luo Changhe and the other aristocrats, he was much more pleasing to the eye and felt comfortable. Down. Of course, 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 of course. If one stood outside the boundary, the aristocrats would naturally be amiable and friendly. If one didn't have eyes and crossed the boundary, they would be in trouble. Feng Shanling and the rest of the aristocrats were well aware of these boundaries. On the other hand, the young master in front of them was much easier to get close to, perhaps because he was more of a merchant than a landowning household. He was also to Feng Shanling's liking and temperament, so he was worth making friends with. As for whether they could become close friends, of course, only time would tell. Feng Shanling wasn't a 3-year-old child who would pour his heart out and think that they could become brothers who could exchange their lives for each other. Su Fengnian asked curiously, "Brother Feng, why did you leave the Bailiang army?" Feng Shanling looked at the river and plucked a bunch of weeds. He sighed and said, I joined the army late and didn't make it in time for the Great War of the Spring and Autumn period. I only joined the army when the great general was on his way to Baelyang. My parents had already passed away, so I had nothing to worry about. I just wanted to accumulate military merits so that I could bring honor to my family. With good luck and some brute strength, I became a Baelyang crossbowman in less than 2 years after joining the army. I followed the great general and the Baelyang army all the way to the Nanjing prefecture of the Baelyang army. It was so satisfying. I killed so many barbarians that my eyes turned red. There was once when my frame was trampled to pieces by a Baelyang crossbow. While I was in a daze and didn't know what to do, the commandant slapped me on the head and ordered me to kill my way in with my Baelyang saber. At that time, I didn't care if I was greedy for life or not. I only thought that if I could kill one barbarian, I wouldn't lose anything. If I could kill a pair, I would earn one. If I could kill a few more, I would be able to become a commandant. I didn't expect that after running a few hundred steps with my brothers, I would trip over corpses and fall flat on my face. Fortunately, when I got up, I still had the courage to kill the barbarians. In the end, I actually killed 2 barbarians. In the following few battles, I didn't have the opportunity to charge into the battlefield and kill the enemy with my own hands. With the great general and General Chun present, the Baymang barbarians didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Later on, when I heard that His Majesty the Emperor had also personally led an expedition to join the Baelyang army, my brothers and I were quite happy at first. But later on, we didn't understand. The battle was called off just like that. Moreover, the Baelyang army actually took the lead in withdrawing south. The great general didn't say anything either. At that time, I didn't understand anything. I only felt that I had made a mistake in joining the army. Holding my anger, I left with many of my brothers, some of my brothers, and I also went our separate ways along the way. It wasn't until I ran into the head of a side branch of the Luo family that I thought that since we were a family that had migrated from the Central Plains, it wouldn't be embarrassing to work for them. So I settled down. It was only later that I overheard the Luo family's idle chatter that I learned that it was the Zhao family's son who had issued an imperial edict that forced the great general to withdraw the army. Feng Shanliang threw the wild grass into the river and said with a regretful expression, "All these years, when I sleep at night, I still wake up with a start whenever I hear the sound of horse hooves outside the wall. Otherwise, when I'm dreaming, I subconsciously jump up like a carp and think about drawing a sword and going into battle." Su Fengyan wanted to laugh, but couldn't. The rough man rubbed his cheeks and muttered to himself, "I don't know how many times I've been scolded by my wife, but it seems that I won't be able to change in this lifetime." Su Fengyan exhaled deeply. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. How many old soldiers were there in Baelyang? How many of them were there in their dreams? Chapter 5:05. With the foreshadowing, it was better to strike while the iron was hot. The next day, Su Fengyan followed the large group to the city of Orange Province. He got close to Feng Shanliang and the other rough men and chatted. It was a completely different feeling from talking about moral essays with Mr. Luo and the other old scholars. It was probably the difference between gulping down wine and drinking warm tea. Su Fengyan borrowed a good bow from Feng Shanliang along the way. With his arm strength, it was not difficult for him to pull the bow to a full moon. He tried to shoot the arrow several times and was full of vigor. Fortunately, Su Fengyan had killed the horse gang before, so these retainers were not surprised. Moreover, Su Fengyan was not in the same line of work as them. He was a bastard who fought for their rice bowls, so they were happy to say a few words to warm up their relationship. In comparison, Feng Shanliang was more sincere. As a middle-aged man, He probably had too many pent-up frustrations in his heart that could not be quenched by drinking. He wanted to chat with others. Taking advantage of the time, when no one was around to pick up the arrows, he told Su Fengnian a lot of old stories about Bailiang. Seeing that Su Fengnian was not the least bit impatient, Feng Shanling opened up completely. In the beginning, when I joined the army, I actually had two choices. One was to join General Gu Jiantang's old division. There weren't many battles, so I could live a peaceful life. However, I was destined to not be as good as those rich kids. As a bachelor who had nothing to lose, I thought about joining the Bailiang army. Although the Bailiang border was not peaceful, the great general had defeated 6 of the 9 kingdoms during the spring and autumn period. I felt that even if I went to the border, as long as I didn't become a scout or a mounted ranger who charged at the front lines, it would not be easy to die. I really hit the jackpot and became a crossbowman. Other than that time when I stepped on the crossbow, I didn't have much close combat with the barbarians. In the beginning, every time a battle ended, I would feel my scalp tingle when I saw those cavalrymen and infantrymen with broken arms and legs or their entire backs slashed open. Later on, after fighting for a long time, I was scolded by the sergeants and commandants. When I heard the old soldiers talk about their achievements in the Great War of the spring and autumn period, the brothers beside me all complained that they would not be satisfied if they did not kill people. I was still afraid of death. Who in the world was not afraid of death? However, if there was a day when it was my turn to charge up and fight with my life, I was not afraid of dying on the battlefield. Besides, at that time, I did not have a wife to think about. If it were now, I wouldn't have the guts to do so. I remember very well. I stayed in the Bailiang army for a total of 3 years and 9 months. I didn't see any important people. The highest-ranking official was only a 6th-ranked officer. He was a young cavalry general. The general's mount was very tall. However, at that time, I was envious. When I thought about how everyone used the same Bailiang saber, including the great general, there was nothing to be jealous of. Young Master Su, it's not that old Feng is shrewd, but I sincerely advise you to learn some Bailiang language. If one day the Bailiang cavalry really goes all the way north and defeats the Baimang's southern dynasty, it's always right to learn some Bailiang language. Following Feng Shanling's nagging, they gradually approached the border town. Su Fengnian pulled away from Luo Changhe and the others, squatting beside a dried-up river and staring blankly for a while. During the Third War between the 2 dynasties, it was the second and last time the Liang dynasty had the upper hand in the early stages. Unfortunately, it was precisely in the vicinity of the Purple Martin Terrace that they fell short of success. At that time, under the careful planning of the old Grand Secretary and a group of important ministers who were familiar with border defense, including Gu Jiantang, the elite troops of the 2 Liaoning towns' border army turned out in full force and marched 100 li in a day. On the 9th day of the 6th lunar month of the 3rd year of the Honghan dynasty, they arrived at Tunjintai on the 16th day and arrived at Baimang's present Yibing town on the 17th day. More than 6,000 garrison troops surrendered at the sight of the wind. On the 19th day, they surrounded Juzhou and then went to the various fortresses of Yehu Pass, intending to seal off the entrance of Baimang's troops to the west. However, they only attempted to encircle Juzhou and attack reinforcements at the Purple Martin Terrace. Later on, they were ridiculed by the military scholars of later generations for using troops with no special purpose. The young emperor of the Zhao family, who was personally leading an expedition for the first time, was even ridiculed by the military scholars of later generations for using troops with the formation map. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Jiantang, who was guarding Jinliao, disobeyed the previously established edict and led 8,000 elite troops to rescue them, and that Bailiang's Chen Jibao led 90,000 cavalrymen and Gu Jiantang's troops to the north at almost the same time, like an all-piercing towards Nanjing Prefecture. The empire of Beiliang wouldn't be the empire of today. Collecting his scattered thoughts, Su Fengyan stood up and jogged to catch up with the large group. The spring thunder saber was wrapped in a cloth strip and placed in his backpack. In this town, civilians and civilians mixed together, so the inspection at the city gate was very strict. Among the sparse crowd, a woman walked slowly with her head down and handed a pass to a spear-wielding city guard. After the young, sturdy soldier in armor confirmed that there was no mistake, he shot a glance at the woman and frowned. He used the tip of his spear to knock on the large cloth bag that the woman was carrying with great difficulty. The woman slowly untied the rope slanting across her chest and opened the cloth bag, revealing a guqin. The guqin was 3 chi 6 inches and 5 centimeters long, with 7 banana leaf strings, a snake belly pattern, and a scorched tail. Of course, the city guard couldn't recognize this kind of elegant object, nor could he see the depth of its craftsmanship. Seeing that she seemed to be blind, he didn't make things difficult for her. There were more than 10,000 controlling Crane army stationed outside the town, and their governance was strict. He had already earned a few hundred copper coins today, so he didn't dare to make too many petty moves, so he let her pass. The woman was wearing the Southern Dynasty's attire, a small skirt with narrow sleeves. She didn't wear the veiled hat that was exclusive to young ladies. Probably because she practiced the zither, she had a mild temperament, so she walked lightly and slowly. After entering the city, the market and the streets began to bustle with noise and excitement. Many children were playing and running around. Several local ruffians, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, were squatting at the mouth of a well on the side of the street, basking in the sun. Seeing such a lonely and weak woman entering the city alone, they looked at each other and smiled knowingly, taking advantage of the fact that the city guard at the gate wasn't paying attention to them. One of the ruffians pretended to be drunk and staggered over, bumping into her shoulder. The woman on her back was reasonably shaken and almost fell down, but she still kept her head down and her expression hidden. The man, who was single and could only make a living by stealing undergarments from women in the neighborhood, smiled even more. After brushing past her shoulder, he turned around and was about to touch the woman's buttocks. He pinched her buttocks and brought it to the tip of his nose for a sniff, provoking a roar of laughter from his rogues on the street. The woman was in a hurry. She didn't dare to reprimand him. This undoubtedly greatly increased the ruffian's arrogance. He quickened his pace and was about to pull her. His mouth was full of nonsense as he shouted, "Wife, quickly go home with your man and give birth to babies. What are you strolling around for?" The woman whose slender arm was pulled didn't say anything. The ruffian was about to take advantage of the situation and embrace her to his heart's content. On the other side of the street stood a neatly dressed young man with a ruffian face. Seeing this scene, he didn't lack the understanding of a hero who saw injustice and saved the beauty. He only picked his nose and sneered, "Lou Scar, you think you can get a wife? You should go sleep with your mother. Anyway, your mother is also a trash that can be ridden by thousands and thousands of people. One more won't make a difference." The ruffian, who was called Lou Scar, was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He didn't let go of the woman's smooth arm and turned his head to curse, "Sue, no matter how idle my balls are, they are still 100 times better than yours. You brat, you've been facing these 2 old bachelors for more than 20 years. Has your buttocks bloomed?" Chapter 506. After the young man finished picking his nose, he went to pick his earwax. With a calm face, he said, 2 hours ago, I went to your house to climb the wall and had a private conversation with your mother. Do you know what is 6 short words and 3 long words? You are still young and inexperienced, so you definitely don't understand. In any case, Your old mother is very happy in bed. Who knows, maybe tomorrow I will become your cheap father. Come, 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 call me father first. The young man straightened his back. Lusgar was humiliated on the street. He no longer cared about the woman. He looked around, but didn't find anything useful to beat people. He took big strides and rushed up to teach this little bastard a lesson, who still hadn't grown up after being beaten countless times. The young man's appearance was actually quite delicate, but it was covered by his ruffian appearance. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, he wanted to run away, but he was blocked by 5 or 6 of Lusgar's brothers. He cursed in his heart, skillfully covering his head and face, and gave them a good beating. Especially the person in question, Lusgar, who rolled up his sleeves, squeezed out all of his strength, and kicked this surnamed Sue's ass. Hearing a wail, he covered his ass and ran away. Lusgar and the others began to chase after him, grabbing the chairs by the side of the street and randomly smashing them. The street vendors who were doing business were all cursing. This town wasn't that big, but after living together for 20 years, they knew these idle and lazy people very well. They knew which ones to curse and which ones to fight back. When Lusgar and the others vented their anger, they casually threw the chairs and stools back. There was also no trace of the backpack girl. This made Lusgar want to go to Sue's house and turn it upside down. But thinking of the old bachelor's strength, he shrunk his neck and felt a chill. He could only endlessly curse that Sue, that brat, had been beaten until his D*CK was gone, and he would never be able to SH*T in this lifetime. The young man surnamed Sue, who had suffered an unexpected calamity for no reason, took a detour and walked through several alleys before squatting at a corner of a wall. He used his thumb to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His nose was bruised, his face was swollen, and his whole body was sore. He pulled open his collar and saw a bruise on his shoulder. He sucked in a breath of cold air, stood up, tiptoed, and leaned against the yellow mud wall. He shouted a few times, but in the end, he still didn't see the lady who sold scallion pancakes. He also didn't see any women's undergarments or other personal items on the bamboo poles used to dry clothes. Feeling somewhat bored, he endured the stinging pain and pretended to walk leisurely while whistling. On the way, he casually grabbed a piece of bacon and threw it into his mouth to chew. Su Fengnian and the group of Confucian scholars checked into a first-class inn. Old scholar Luo had already helped to pay the bill, so Su Fengnian didn't want to be pretentious about this kind of trivial matter. He made an appointment with Feng Shanling to have dinner at a time-honored restaurant that he had just inquired about. Because it wasn't time to eat yet, he went out for a walk. After walking a few streets, he saw a simple fortune-telling stall under an old willow tree. The fortune-teller wore a wrinkled and tattered Taoist robe and had a goatee. The business was cold and cheerless. He sat on a borrowed bench and dozed off in a daze. From time to time, his chin would knock on the table covered with a cotton cloth. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment. He raised his head and looked at the flag that was fluttering softly due to the lack of wind. It was probably about 500 years. As a fortune-teller, he was afraid that his tone would be too low. Su Fengnian walked over and knocked on the stall with his finger. The fortune-teller woke up with a start and hurriedly wiped his saliva with his sleeve. He sat upright and still and tried his best to put on the air of an expert. He spoke incessantly. This immortal is proficient in yin and yang, the 5 elements, ziwei, astrology, palmistry, qimendunjia, geography, feng shui. Whether it is yin or yang, all of them are extremely accurate. May I ask what Gongzi wants this immortal to tell? Su Fengnian had partnered with Old Huang and Wenhua in the past, so he could be considered a veteran in this line of swindling money. He smiled and said, "Why don't you pinch your fingers and calculate what I want to calculate first?" The old Taoist did not dare to talk nonsense for a moment. He stood up and pretended to pass the bench to this customer who had taken the bait with great difficulty. He sat down in the old willow pit and took the opportunity to look at this ordinary-looking young man from the corner of his eyes. After he sat down, he stretched out 2 fingers and twirled his goatee. He did not say anything. Su Fengnian held back his laughter and was not in a hurry to speak. In fact, this line of work was very important in terms of acting. It was nothing more than blindly guessing and asking for money to solve a disaster. There were 4 parts to it, one after another. If there were no mistakes, one would be able to earn a copper coin. In the past, it was difficult for him to be a fortune teller. After all, he did not have hair on his mouth and was not reliable in his work. Even if he borrowed a Taoist robe, it was difficult to fool people. The old Taoist's eyes wandered and said softly, "Gongzi, are you here to calculate the fate of an official?" Su Fengnian shook his head. The old man said, "Oh, to calculate the fortune of an official." Su Fengnian still shook his head. The old man was finally unable to sit still. If he could not guess correctly, then wouldn't the fatty meat in his mouth fly out of the bowl? Su Fengnian did not continue to make things difficult for this fortune teller, who was clearly living a simple life. He smiled and said, "Actually, old immortal has guessed correctly. Not only is it to calculate the fortune of an official, but it is also to calculate the fortune of an official." The old man was relieved and nodded lightly. This immortal has always calculated with every possibility taken into account. With a beginning that was not too embarrassing, what followed was a deluge of nonsense. Su Fengnian did not expose him and nodded from time to time. The old Taoist's saliva flew everywhere, and he was in high spirits. Su Fengnian had exchanged some pieces of silver at the inn. After hearing that he might have a bright future, he took out a piece of silver and prepared to return home. The old Taoist, who had not touched silver for more than half a year, suddenly had his eyes lit up. When the silver was placed on the table, he grabbed it with lightning speed and put it into his sleeve. He then stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Gongzi, what time were you born? This immortal can calculate it for you again. This is free." Su Fengnian had already left the bench and sat down again. He smiled and said, "Let's not talk about me first. Help me calculate my father's time. He was born in the afternoon." The old Taoist pretended to ponder and asked about the specific time in a day. He then said slowly, "This is not a good time. It is the fate of leaving home early in life. Brothers and sisters also died early. If the fortune is not good, the husband and wife will not be able to grow old together. However, the death of the wife will make the man's fortune better in his later years." The old Taoist saw that the young man in front of him had a dull expression and thought that he had said something wrong. He was about to change his words and was afraid that the silver in his sleeves would be taken back. He did not expect that the young man would ask about the fortune of his eldest sister and second sister. After knowing the time and time, the old Taoist deliberately mystified him. He pinched his fingers and calculated again and again. He braced himself and said a few words, not daring to say more. He carefully glanced at the young man. The latter's lips trembled as he squeezed out a smile and told the old Taoist the time of his birth. The old Taoist quietly wiped his sweat and pretended to be calm as he said, "Not bad, not bad. Gongzi is handsome and intelligent. You have a lot of fortune in your life. Your parents' fortune has been shared with you. Your early days were rough, your middle days were hard, but your late days were good. Therefore, Gongzi need not worry too much." The old fortune teller hesitated for a while before saying, "Gongzi, forgive me for speaking out of turn. Gongzi's family has more or less had their fortune reduced because of you." He then hurriedly added, "But Gongzi's family's fortune is not bad. They do not care about this little bit. Under the old willow tree, the young man and the old fortune teller looked at each other. Su, who was strolling over, was thinking that there would be an idiot who would read the fortune of this old swindler. He then saw the man whose head had been kicked by a donkey scatter a handful of silver. The next scene made him feel even more incredulous. Su turned around and planned to return to his shop to be scolded. He rolled his eyes and muttered, "This guy is crazy." A young man from a foreign land sat under a withered old tree. He did not cry out loud and just stood there crying. Chapter 5:07. Su paced back and forth outside for half a day before gathering the courage to return to a blacksmith shop located in a corner of the town. It was a 2-section courtyard with a frame. However, at a glance, the furnishings were simple and crude, giving people a feeling of emptiness. She knew that this family's life was not easy and could not be considered wealthy. In the front room, in front of the furnace and bellows, there was a middle-aged man who was bare-chested. His body was burly and his muscles were solid. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his fists were strong enough to run horses and his arms could stand on people. His arms were thicker than a woman's thighs. It would be a pity if he did not have the strength to walk on the streets. The man was dressed in bronze and was holding a hammer to hammer a piece of hot iron on the anvil. The man glanced at Su and did not make a sound, continuing to hammer the iron. Su, who had been a helper since she was young, was very familiar with the temperature of the iron. She ran to the basket and poured some charcoal into the furnace. Then she was about to go to the back of the room to rest. In this old man's words, it was to cultivate righteousness. Her sharp ears heard the footsteps that she had been hearing for more than 20 years and quickly slipped away. Just as she ran to the doorstep, she heard a light shout. She could only obediently stop and turn around. She pretended to be stupid and laughed. An old man who looked like a poor scholar was holding a carp with branches pierced through its gills. He angrily said, "Fighting with Lu Hong and those scoundrels again? How can this be the conduct of a modest gentleman? If you can't even cultivate your body, how can you accomplish great things?" Su softly curled her lips and muttered, "I'm a gentleman who stays away from the kitchen." The old man was about to glare when the young man ran in front of him with a mischievous smile. He took the plump carp that was still jumping around and said happily, "Old man, there are some onions and garlic at home. I'll go make you a braised carp that even you Binglow's head chef would be ashamed of." Hearing this old man's anger surged. Where did the onions and garlic come from at home? The young man who spilled the beans took the carp and ran to the backyard. The pedantic and inflexible old master didn't even look at the blacksmith and continued to nag. It was probably similar to the sage's teachings. When dealing with matters, I will deal with them. If I don't, I will deal with them. Su had long been sick of hearing it. With his back facing the old master, he mouthed the exact same words as the old man. When the old master painstakingly said, "The temperament of a young man should be restrained. You can cultivate virtue." Su couldn't take it anymore and said indignantly, "I still have the temperament of an old man. Old man Zhao, if you continue to be like an old woman, I will not cook." This old man's son was stunned for a moment. He sighed and shook his head. He did not say anything else, but his expression softened a lot. He put his 5 fingers together and slid them through his beard. He clearly agreed with the young man's words. Su went to the narrow and dark kitchen. She threw the carp on the chopping board and opened the window. First, she washed the rice and cooked. Then, she skillfully used the knife to deal with the red carp that was destined to die soon. This old man's son stood outside the door with kind eyes. Su peeled the fish scales and raised her hand to block the hair on her forehead. Her expression was focused. The scholarly old pedant behind him, since he could remember, had relied on each other for survival. That old pedant's mouth had endless principles. He had lectured for more than 20 years and still had not finished. It was a waste of talent for him to not be a saint and only be a private tutor in the city. However, in these years, this house did not feel like a home. They relied on this old man's son to teach more than 10 children to earn money and Uncle Chi to forge iron in the front yard. But strangely, he saw Uncle Chi knocking all year round, but he did not see him sell iron to anyone. He did not like to read. When he read a book, he would doze off. He also did not have the willpower to secretly learn skills like his peers in the neighborhood. He knew his own weight. Unless a sack of gold and silver fell on his head from the sky, his life would be worthless. Whether he could marry a wife in the future was uncertain. What else could he do? Join the army and fight? Wouldn't he be so scared that he would wet his pants? Do business full of the stench of money? Firstly, he did not have the capital. He did not have the temperament of bowing and bending his knees to others. Secondly, this old man's son was anxious and wanted to break his arms and legs. Su sighed. If she was the storyteller's so-called leopard cat swapping the crown prince, how beautiful would that be? After a while, the rice was cooked, and the dishes could be placed on the plate. Su unhappily said, "Old man, go call Uncle Chi to eat." At the dining table, even though this old man's son often said that he did not speak when sleeping or eating, Su was gradually getting older. This old man's son was really an old teacher. After the young man could withstand the beating, he did not take it seriously. While eating, he vaguely said, "Uncle Chi, why don't you go to the Crow Swallow Bridge Bazaar to solicit business? The fragrance of the wine is afraid that the alley is deep and it will waste your good skills." This old man's son could not help but break his precepts and said, "Selling skills to peddlers and pawns, what a scandal!" Su looked askance at the wooden man and this old man's son, who had a scowl, and said helplessly, "What's wrong with peddlers and pawns? Aren't they human? Was it just one less eye or 2 less legs than the emperors and generals? Didn't they all come out from their mother's womb?" This old man's son slammed the table and said, "Absurd!" The old man was originally eating carefully. With this righteous reprimand, a few grains of rice were spat out onto the table. Su pointed with his chopsticks. This old man's son's face was slightly red. He picked up his chopsticks and put them back into his bowl. Su pouted with some grievance and said, "Old man, you said yourself that a wise man does not force others to do things against their will. You just have to change a bit of nature's kindness. There is no harm in saying a few kind words to others. But all these years, when have you ever said anything good about me? If I am not successful in this life, it will all be because of your scolding." For the first time, the old man did not make a sound. He did not even refute. He only slowly chewed and swallowed the rice that the people of Orange Province did not often eat. After eating and washing the dishes, this old man's son sat on a small stool near a few pots of orchids in the courtyard. He tilted his head, squinted his eyes, and took advantage of the twilight to read a few more scriptures. The oil lamp consumed oil, so it was best to use it less. Su went to the blacksmith shop in the front yard to help Uncle Chi take care of the furnace. Ironware was strictly supervised in Baimang. If the furnace was delayed, they would have to squander a large piece of iron. This family could not afford to be tormented. Although Su was heartless and did not have any ambitions, she was never careless when it came to the thickness of the rice jar. In the end, this old man's son's principles that he copied from an unknown book did not have much of an impact on a person who grew up in a border town. It was far more profound than looking at beautiful clothes and horses from afar. The tall and sturdy man was silent as always. Occasionally, he would look at the young man's eyes, revealing a silent warmth. Chapter 508. This old man's eyes were almost glued to the yellowed book. It was really blurred. He gently put the book on his lap and looked up at the sky. He slowly said, "A gentleman is forced by circumstances. It's hard to avoid deceiving others. Deceiving yourself is the same as deceiving the heavens. If you have a clear conscience, you don't need to ask the heavens for good fortune." The old man suddenly said, "I want to ask the heavens for good fortune." Holding the book with both hands, the old man said in a hoarse voice, "Life must have some energy left. Saying all that you want to say and all that you want to do, you can only have a short life. Can you really only have a short life?" After a long silence, this old man slowly walked back to the house. After putting down the book, he went to move the pots of orchids. Taking advantage of the break, the man wiped his sleeves a few times. Then he went to Sue's side and pressed his hands on his shoulders to help him relax his muscles and disperse the blood stasis. Sue frowned in pain and forced a smile. "Uncle Chi, a few days ago I heard from Wang Xiaofeng that last year there were bandits in the city who could leap over roofs and vault over walls. Is there really such a martial arts hero in the world?" The strong man smiled, but didn't say anything. He didn't nod or shake his head. Knowing this result, Sue shook his arm. Hey, it really didn't hurt anymore. From childhood to adulthood, every time he fought with someone, Uncle Chi's massage was immediately effective. According to this old man's words, it was the same as acupuncture and massage in the Central Plains. Unfortunately, it could only cure diseases and not hit people. Sue practiced a set of shoddy boxing skills. After finishing, he smiled and asked, "Uncle Chi, how was it? Did it have the posture of a master?" The man nodded. Sue clicked his tongue. "If I get a peerless martial arts manual, I will be invincible in the world." The man's mouth twitched. To him, it was just a smile. Sue heroically said, "Uncle Chi, when the time comes, I will give you the biggest iron mine in the world. You can do whatever you want. You can do it while standing or sitting. You can even do it while lying down." The man didn't say anything. Sue thought of something and ran out of the yard. He turned back and whispered, "Uncle Chi, let's go out for a stroll." The man nodded. Sue took a big step and rushed out of the courtyard when he bumped into a soft body. Sue took a closer look and saw that it was a girl carrying a backpack with her head down. He couldn't see her face, but judging from her figure, she didn't seem to be a local. He hurriedly apologized and didn't have any intention of taking advantage of her. Seeing that she didn't move, he didn't know how to get close to her, so he decided not to think about it and ran towards the alley. After running for a few steps, this son of a B*TCH god started to piss. It seemed like a big piss was going to piss on the roof of the alley. Sue cursed a few times and turned back to the courtyard to get an umbrella. He had an appointment with a few of his brothers to fight a group of bastards on the east side of the street, so there was no reason for him to be absent. Sue saw that girl foolishly squatting in front of his courtyard. Was she a stupid girl who didn't understand the situation? Even if you want to hide from the rain, you can't hide like this. Sue did not pay any attention to her. She secretly took an umbrella and ran out of the yard. She saw that this woman was most likely really stupid. In just a short while, she had been drenched by the rain of soybeans. Sue walked a few steps and sighed heavily. She walked to her side and said unhappily, "Hey, take it. My family is poor. I only have one umbrella. I'll lend it to you. When the rain stops, you can put it at the yard door. I'll say it first. Don't take it with you. I, Sue, can walk around the city with my eyes closed. Don't think you can slip away." The girl raised her head. Sue jumped in fright. This was a blind man. His looks were average, like a pretty daughter from a humble family. But it was dark and raining. When he raised his head, his eyes were even more empty than his own courtyard. This really shocked Su. Could it be a female ghost? Su distanced himself. He gathered his courage and reached out his hand. He handed over the tattered oil paper umbrella that couldn't block much of the rain. The girl stood up gently. She slightly turned her body and folded her sleeves. It was as if she was performing a Buddha's blessing. Then she took the umbrella. Her voice was even more like a female ghost. "Thank you, young master. Damn it, it's the middle of the night. I can't see if you have a shadow." Su was scared out of his wits. He almost threw the umbrella over. He kept saying, "I have righteousness in my chest. No ghosts can invade." The girl seemed to have heard his words. She smiled gracefully and said softly, "Young Master Su, you're thinking too much. I'm not a female ghost." Su was stunned. He was even more frightened. He stepped back and asked in a trembling voice, "How do you know my name? And you say you're not a female ghost?" The girl, who was supposed to be carrying a heavy object, thought for a while and said, "Young Master just said it himself." Su thought carefully. Then he remembered that he did unintentionally tell her his name. He was relieved, being hit by the torrential rain. Su guessed that there was no way she could fight. She leaned against the wall and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. She asked curiously, "My house is a godforsaken place. What are you doing here?" The girl, who was supposed to be young, said softly, "Waiting for someone." Su wanted to get to the bottom of it. Waiting for who? The woman thought about it carefully and replied, "People who come here." Su slapped his forehead. This girl's brain wasn't working well. He couldn't help but think of the young master he saw under the old willow tree during the day. It was strange. It was raining heavily. Su saw that her clothes were soaked. He naturally had a man's protective feelings for the fairer sex. He said, "Why don't you go to my house to hide from the rain? It's not safe here." "Don't worry. There are no bad people in my house. I'm the only bad one. Didn't I lend you my umbrella, right?" The blind girl shook her head stubbornly. Su was a little angry. "Then give me back my umbrella." The girl really did tilt the umbrella towards him. Su said fiercely, "If you do this again, I'll be naughty. A man and a woman alone. I'll take off my clothes. I'll take them off first. Miss, you can do as you see fit." She faced Su and tilted her head. The corners of her mouth were faintly raised. Su was helpless. He reached out and pushed the umbrella towards her. He said, "Well, you're good. You're a heroine." Standing together in the rain, Su couldn't stand the rain splashing down on his body. He said seriously, "Miss, are you not afraid of getting sick? If you fall sick in front of my house, I won't have the money to treat you." She approached Su and held the umbrella together. Su was thinking about whether to kidnap her and bring her to the courtyard. He suddenly turned his head and saw a very unfamiliar, slender figure holding an umbrella coming from the alley. Su was a little jealous. He spat and cursed in his heart. What a handsome man! Chapter 5:09. It was raining heavily in the alleyway. The narrow water trough did not have enough time to drain the water. The spring rain was like oil, soaking the soles of one's feet. It was very uncomfortable. In Su's eyes, the handsome figure seemed to be hesitating whether or not to step into the alleyway. He was puzzled when he heard a word of apology from young Master Su. Then he was knocked on the neck by a hand knife and fainted on the spot. The blind female zither player supported the limp body of Su and walked towards the entrance of the courtyard. A tall and sturdy man stood quietly at the doorstep and took Su. The young woman closed the umbrella with a pa sound. She wanted to return the umbrella to the wooden man. Unexpectedly, the courtyard door was closed with a voila sound. She was calm and did not get angry. She placed the small umbrella in the corner of the door. The cotton bag on her back was already soaked by the rain, revealing the shape of a guqin. When she bent down to quietly put down the umbrella, she used 2 fingers to hold the knot. She gently swiped and took off the cloth bag. The wet cotton bag stirred up a burst of rain. At the same time, 3 splashes of water burst out in the air of the alleyway, like a lotus flower blooming. Then they disappeared in the dusky curtain of rain. The 3 flying swords of the Huangtong, Amei, and Peach Blossom were hit by the invisible chi. They somersaulted a few times in the rain, and then bounced back into the sleeve, hidden in the soft armor sword pouch. The first test of murderous intent came to an end. It was also raining heavily, but the atmosphere in the courtyard was very different. This old man, who had finished moving several pots of orchids, came to the front room. He looked at the blacksmith, who was carrying Su back. His expression was dignified. Usually, the old master would not stay in the blacksmith shop for long. Usually, he would quickly pass through the shop. Today, he brought a wooden stool and sat at the door. The blacksmith did not say anything. He kicked the chair in front of the stove and placed the sleeping Su on the chair. Only then did he come to the door and squat down. He looked back at the back of the young man and sighed. Ever since Su became sensible, the old man had become a rather famous teacher in the northern part of the city. Later on, a child who had been beaten with a plank came home crying. The butcher, who was adept at chopping meat, went to the private school the next day to beat up the old man. In the end, the old man was beaten until he had no strength to defend himself. At that time, Su was also in the private school reciting sage books. Hot-blooded, she wanted to help the old man, but she did more harm than good. She caused the old man's arm to be slashed open. The butcher did not expect the rigid old man to see blood. He panicked and ran out of the cottage. Later on, Uncle Chi, who was a blacksmith, went to the butcher's shop, but he was not able to get back his reputation and medical compensation. He heard from the neighbors that the butcher saw the blacksmith and chopped the meat. Uncle Chi replied that he was here to buy meat. When Su heard this, she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. When he was young, the 2 old bachelors in the family became the laughingstock of Lu Scar's group. They could not beat Su, so Su settled for the next best thing. Every time there was a quarrel between a shrew and an old woman, he would hold a bowl and squat at the side to watch. He learned many spicy and dirty words. These years, he had benefited a lot. Lu Scar had never lost an argument and was always fuming. But Su also knew that there was no use in quarreling. Just like this old man could not beat a crude butcher when it came to reasoning. So he liked to listen to the legends of heroes who left no trace behind. He also thought that if he could have a chance to come into contact with such an outstanding Jianghu character, even if he was beaten up, it would be worth it. In his impression, heroes did not walk the normal path. When they appeared, they would not be standing on the highest point of the city wall with a sword and blade. Even if they appeared in the streets, they would at least be standing on rooftops or walls. Only then would they be worthy of the word expert. It was a pity that there was a military camp outside the city. After living for more than 20 years, he had not even seen a single flying hero. A few years ago, he heard that there were 2 groups of heroes who were fighting on the Sable Terrace. Early in the morning, he eagerly went to admire the elegance of the experts. Who would have thought that he would finish a bag of melon seeds and only show up at noon? Together, there were more than 20 people, each holding a sword and a saber. In the end, the 2 leaders stood on top of the Sable Terrace and did not make a move. After cursing for 2 hours, they actually said that they would fight again next time and returned to their respective homes. This caused Su to lie on his bed for a long time without regaining his senses. At that time, the little bit of motivation he had to practice martial arts was immediately extinguished by a pool of urine. Originally, he used to go to the dry riverbank with a few of his peers every day to practice martial arts. After that, no one was willing to talk about it. Regrettably, he seemed to have missed an extremely close peak fight. Even more regrettably, he might not know the truth in this lifetime, just as he did not know the identity of this old man's son and the blacksmith. There was a clump of plantains planted in the front yard. It was not taller than the wall and looked sickly. Most plantains liked the half-shaded and warm climate. The clump of plantains in the yard was cold-resistant and was one of the few plantains that could grow in Baymang. However, the soil in the yard was not good and the growth was sparse. This was due to the fact that the young people in recent years did not have the bad habit of picking plantain leaves for fun. The sound of wind and rain, the sound of rain hitting the plantains, was very boring. The burly blacksmith said in a muffled voice, "Only Baelyang's poison warrior, Li Yishan, knows that we are staying here." The two people outside the door, the woman with the zither at the entrance of the yard and the man with the sword in the alley, are not simple. If there is only one, I can still block them. Chapter 5:10. This old man did not seem to feel the cold wind and rain. He softly said, "When we fled to the cliff where we could see the Guanyin nunnery in the South Sea, it was Li Yishan who personally led the troops to chase us away. He was also the one who secretly released the three of us. I, Zhao Dingxiu, have thought about it over the years. If someone were to say that Li Yishan wanted to help us restore the country, I would not believe it. However, no matter what this strategist, who was famous for his stratagem in the spring and autumn period, had planned, since he did not destroy the Western Shu royal family, then this old man would be willing to work like an ox or a horse for the Baelyang. However, if he wanted the crown prince to put himself in danger and do something similar to using his life in exchange for the attention of the Zhao family's emperor, I would definitely not agree." The blacksmith did not utter a word. He had never been able to understand the thoughts of scholars and was too lazy to think about it. He had lived here for more than 20 years. Every time Su fell asleep, he, who was born in a family of swordsmithing in Western Shu, would begin to forge a sword. He had been forging this sword for more than 20 years. He could not think of a good name. So this old man said that this sword would be called Spring and Autumn Period. This old man asked in a low voice, "When will it be ready?" The blacksmith said in a low, muffled voice, "Any time." This old man nodded and asked, "The woman carrying the zither is most likely the devil Shui Songguan. There seems to be a new list of assassins. She and the little girl who killed Wang Mingyin are both ranked second. However, the zither cultivator's goal is to suppress evil and control the soul. For her to use the zither to kill, she has fallen into the wrong path." The blacksmith, surnamed Qi, twitched the corner of his mouth and did not say anything. This old man laughed at himself and said, "I know what you want to say. I also understand the simple logic of collecting gold and silver in troubled times. In times of war and turmoil, it is easy to produce a legendary pipa song, but it is impossible to produce a good zither score. It is just that I have some scholarly spirit, unable to tolerate sand in my eyes. My family has been making zither for generations, and we have produced many national masters. I'm afraid the unique technique of the 8 treasures paint gray will be broken in my hands." The blacksmith sighed and glanced at this old man. He remembered that there was a saying that Scholar Zhao was unrivaled in the Guqin world for 100 years, and it was said by that old tortoise, Huang Longsher. But now, no one had the leisure to do so. In the alley outside the wall, the blind zither player sat cross-legged, with his charred tail zither placed across his knees. His left hand hung in the air, while his right hand plucked at the strings. The clanging sound instantly covered the sound of the wind and rain. The young saberman standing at the corner with an umbrella in hand finally stepped into the alley and began to run wildly. The gray and misty world was cut into two by this pluck. A faint silver line cut through the rain curtain like tofu and came straight for Su Fengnian's waist. Su Fengnian tapped the tip of his foot and jumped over the silver line. After the water curtain was broken, it was repaired. The two walls of the alley were not so lucky. They were torn apart, leaving behind an almost invisible groove. The distance between the two changed from 100 steps to 80 steps. The female zither player with a delicate round face was immersed in the music. She ignored the man with the umbrella who rushed forward. She still used her right hand, but two fingers pressed on the strings and made a circle. Su Fengnian, who visited the alley in the rainy night, narrowed his eyes. His palm slid down and held the handle of the umbrella. He twisted it gently with two fingers. The small plain oil paper umbrella spun and swayed in the alley. With a swish, the oil paper umbrella was cut by the two silver lines that were as sharp as real blades. Su Fengnian, who had identified the tracks in an instant, stepped out with his right hand. He tipped his toes on the wall and tilted his body in the air to avoid the danger. 70 steps. The woman made a relatively complicated hand gesture. The raindrops in the alley were instantly shattered. Countless tiny holes appeared on the walls on both sides. The oil paper umbrella that had not yet fallen to the ground was almost crushed into powder. Su Fengnian did not stop. He waved his sleeve and responded with the river breaker that he had learned when facing the wild bulls in the canyon. Since he could break a river, he could naturally break the sound of the zither in the rain. Two majestic chi movements, like dragons and snakes swimming in the water, collided with each other. Su Fengnian took advantage of the situation to drill through the broken wall of rain in the alley. He closed the gap to 60 steps. The blind zither player rolled her slender right hand. A particularly thick silver line rolled in front of her. It slid freely in the alley like a flood dragon out of the river. It pounced on Su Fengnian, who did not want to stop. Another silver-lined snake, slightly smaller in scale, arced behind her and split the wall to her left. It was thick in the middle and shallow on both sides. It was the first to shoot toward the bent and running swordsman. The spring thunder in the scabbard left her hand and tangled with the silver snake, creating a string of sparks. Su Fengnian then formed a hook with his 5 fingers. His right hand grasped the silver light that swam fiercely like a flood dragon. He suddenly exerted force and broke it. Water splashed out on his chest. It was a beautiful scene. Su Fengnian's figure arrived. The rain poured down on the blind zither player. Only 50 steps left. Su Fengnian flicked the spring thunder. It pierced the sky and the rain curtain falling toward the woman's head. A golden thread came out of her sleeve. The woman who was waiting for the rabbit tonight had a normal expression. Her left hand, which was suspended in the air, finally fell. The sound of the slide was different from before. It was gentle and peaceful. Because the force of the pull was heavy, it surged with thunder. The spring thunder scabbard and the golden thread flying sword were both severed, although Su Fengnian was reborn and forcefully pulled them back. He also lost the initiative. He finally had no choice but to stop and stand still. He rolled up his sleeves and pushed them out, resisting the killing intent of the strings created by the zither player's left hand. The needle-piercing mirror. The surface of the mirror was sturdy, but it could not withstand thousands of needles. In the blink of an eye, the sound of the zither stopped. Su Fengnian looked down at his left shoulder. Wisps of blood seeped out, getting thicker and thicker. Even if he had just entered the Great Vajra realm, he could not stop the injury. He somewhat understood why it was called good at mysterious finger killing Vajra. Chapter 511. The zither strings vibrated, full of life and killing intent. The blind female zither player, who was ranked second alongside Miss Hehe on the list of assassins, did not give Su Fengnian any chance to heal. Her right hand was large and thin, and Su Fengnian used the spring thunder inserted into the alley's limestone to cut off a strand. Looking up, he saw two silver lines cutting through countless drops of rain, sweeping before his eyes. This was similar to when Li Chungang bent his fingers to flick the water droplets on the muddy official road, stringing them together into a line of sword. Su Fengnian did not dare to lower his guard. He stretched out his arm and buckled his fingers, tapping dozens of times in succession. His body floated backwards, as if he wanted to test the strength of this zither player's mysterious silver lines. The silver lines continuously pierced through the water droplets, like fine needles piercing through thin snow, without any stagnation. This made Su Fengnian feel somewhat helpless in his heart, merely in terms of strength. Half of the De Huang Ting gifted by Wang Zhonglo might not necessarily have no chance of winning, but in terms of using it for his own use, in terms of the abstruse degree of spinning silk from a cocoon, it was still too far away. He could only withdraw his fingers, clench his fists, and smash the tip of the silver line. Still, he did not dare to be careless. Using the Wudong Mountain's 4 tails against 1,000 caddies technique, he skillfully parted the 2 white lines, disappearing into the curtain of rain behind him. Su Fengnian bent his body and ran forward again, treading on the rainwater. He did not need to touch the alley's limestone, only sliding across the surface of the water. The right side of his waist raised the palm of his hand, and the spring thunder detached from a limestone and floated in the air in front of him. The sword Qi rolled along the dragon wall, forcibly crushing the zither strings 20 paces away. Just now he had retreated 10 paces, but now he was only 40 paces away from the female zither player. Removing the chanting that repelled the spring thunder, the zither player pressed the strings, restoring the original clear and gentle tone. Su Fengnian had followed his second sister, Su Weisheng, since he was a child, studying ancient musical scores and musical instruments. His comprehension was average, but he was not a layman in the field of music, so he finally grasped some meaning. This zither player played the zither with both hands. The left and right hand split the zither wind into 2, the right hand plucking the strings. It was the Southern Tang's fishing mountain school, emphasizing high mountains and flowing water, continuous and gentle, with the style of a scholar. His left hand had the typical style of the Eastern Yu Guangling sect. His voice was impatient and restless, like surging waves and rolling thunder, like a hero holding a sword and singing loudly. As a result, even though the sound quality was mixed, it had the advantage of being abrupt, catching people off guard. It was like a small boat capsized in the blink of an eye. Killing people with music was an unorthodox method of martial arts. This woman's mysterious finger killing, Vajra, not only had sharp silver lines, but also damaged her aperture acupoints and bones, making it extremely difficult for her to heal. There was something even more tricky about it. If Su Fengnian had not been used to multitasking, he would have long been restrained. Not to mention moving forward, he would have retreated in the face of difficulties and obediently escaped from the alley. Su Fengnian used the kaishu style to hack apart the endless silver threads. Step by step, another 10 steps. The endless silver threads wrapped in a semicircle was compressed by Su Fengnian's qi toward the female zither player. The blind girl was expressionless. It was unknown whether she was taking a breath or distracted. Her right hand paused slightly, and her left hand remained in the air without pressing the strings. The sound of the zither suddenly stopped, and a crack appeared in her watertight defense. The spring thunder stirred up the semicircle. Su Fengnian ignored everything and pressed forward. Even if it was a trap, he would break it all together. He waited patiently until they were 30 steps apart. Finally, both of her hands fell at the same time. However, it could only be said that she did not have any order. Her hands slapped the strings in a mess like a child playing around. She simply slapped the strings again and again. 18 consecutive slaps. What a great big and small reed, 18 slaps. The puddles around Su Fengnian exploded one after another. Fortunately, he had the swimming fish style of the knife manual to rely on. He nimbly swam between life and death. The splashes from the 18 puddles were like 18 rolling knives. Other than the 10 puddles that he completely dodged, the 5 water knife was blocked by the mirage. However, there were still 3 water knives that rolled into the big yellow courtyard. The raindrops pierced Su Fengnian's feet and caused blood to blossom. Su Fengnian clenched his teeth and held the spring thunder. He threw it out like a short spear. The zither player was blind to begin with, so it could not be said that she did not see anything. She only slightly curled the corners of her mouth. Her left hand moved forward, and her right finger made a circle. The wind and rain in the small alley suddenly changed. The heavy rain in the sky was like a piece of cloth that had been forcefully pulled down by someone. Suddenly, a boundless snowstorm built a road. Su Fengnian was suddenly ambushed from all sides and surrounded. The spring thunder hovered 6 inches away from her head. It trembled and could not advance any further. The zither player's left hand brushed across 7 strings in one breath. His aura stacked layer by layer. His right hand seemed to slowly lift up. He gently bent his fingers and flicked the spring thunder's scabbard. It was inserted into the wall at an angle. In the courtyard, this old man, who had been listening to the zither with his head tilted to one side, praised sincerely. There really is a 7-fold hand in this world. It has the boldness of a horse not moving forward when surrounded by snow. No wonder there are no old friends at the Western Pass. The zither has 3 notes. The pressing notes are like the person. The scattered notes are like the overtone of the person. It is called the 3 sounds. This zither player is unmistakably a great master of the country. The banana leaves that were slightly taller by the wall had been completely shattered. The burly blacksmith blocked the door. He closed his eyes and condensed his chi. His brows were tightly knitted. This old man was astonished. He clicked his tongue and said, "Isn't this our Western shoe's long-lost technique of fiber pulling?" Chapter 5:12. Killing intent was everywhere outside the courtyard. Su Fengnian guessed that this Guqin master assassin was not good at close combat, so he tried to close the distance even if he was injured. Fortunately, he was able to kill within 10 steps. However, the stakes in this dice game were so high that he did not even have the chance to open the jar to look at the dice. When he was 20 steps away, he was forced to retreat by the Guqin master's left hand plucking the strings. Looking at the heavy rain with the unique eyesight of a first-grade Vajra realm cultivator, it was as if a curtain of rain was erected between 2 people. If no one was creating momentum, there was no mystery. Previously, when the Guqin master played the Guqin with his right hand, it only produced silver threads that pierced through the curtain of rain to kill people. However, when he switched to his left hand, the sound of the Guqin controlled the water droplets and paved them into a curtain of rain that could be controlled at will. Such precise control made Su Fengnian, who was deeply trapped in it, miserable. The rain swords that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot toward him. He could only support his entire body's chi and retreat again and again. The blood on his body was washed away by the rain and seeped out again. This old man in the courtyard did not see this tragic and bloody scene. He only chuckled and said, "It's said that the people of Jianghu like to draw their swords at the slightest disagreement. However, according to what you said, These two people did not even speak before they started fighting. The unsmiling blacksmith said in a deep voice, "These two are straightforward people." This old man nodded. The blacksmith, who was drenched in the rain, asked, "Who should we help?" This old man shook his head and said, "We should help the latecomer, but if he dies in the hands of the Guqin master Shui Songguan, it's useless to help. Just take it that we are the fisherman who benefits from the fight between the snipe and the clam. We have been stray dogs for more than 20 years, so we are not qualified to talk about kindness. The saint pacifies the world, not moving mountains and filling the sea. It's nothing more than returning an inch higher and an inch lower." The blacksmith had probably waited for so many years for the flowers to mature and fall. Regardless of whether the three people in the courtyard lived or died, there would be a result, and they would not be hanging in the air. It was rare for him to say something of an evaluation. "Scholar Zhao, just like the Crown Prince, I actually don't like to listen to your reasoning. It's mainly because my teeth are sore, and it's like I'm chewing on pickled cabbage." This old man's son, Zhao Dingxiu, didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and pointed at this piece of wood. "You two, one is a useless piece of white wood, and the other is a stone in a latrine." After saying that, the old man said softly, "I've already accepted my fate. Actually, this is pretty good too." The blacksmith carefully sensed the chaotic qi activities outside the courtyard and said, "This zither player probably jumped over the Vajra realm and entered the Finger Profound realm. He seems to be close to the heavenly phenomenon realm. However, the difference between a piece of paper and the difference between heaven and earth is hard to say." This old man said anxiously, "Then what's the point of fighting?" The blacksmith seemed to be amused by this old man's unprecedented vulgarities. He laughed and said, "For us martial artists, as long as we don't reach the realm step by step, there will be many flaws." In the alleyway, Su Fengnian used his sleeve to wipe the rain and blood off his face. He had almost returned to his original position and was once again 100 steps away from the zither player killer. Within 100 steps and beyond 20 steps, the zither player's ability to kill people with her right hand on the strings was already very frightening. He didn't expect that within 20 steps, the Finger Profound realm of her left hand would be even more tyrannical. Each of her silver threads wasn't enough to kill a Vajra realm martial artist, but it was like using a needle to prick a big leather bag. It was another kind of insidious soft knife cutting flesh. Once a deadlock was reached, the one who would be exhausted to death would definitely be the Vajra realm martial artist who couldn't get close to her. The blind zither player wasn't in a hurry to take advantage of her victory to pursue the killer. Her hand stopped and pressed on the zither strings. The corners of her mouth curled up as she said softly, "Come and kill me." Su Fengnian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He squeezed out a smile and asked tentatively, "I won't ask who wants to kill me. I just want to know how much it costs to buy my life." Unfortunately, she didn't speak anymore. Su Fengnian exhaled a long breath. At this moment, she suddenly bent her fingers and pulled on the strings, snapping a string on the spot. Su Fengnian's energy reserve was like a big pot of boiling water. It wasn't obvious that someone threw firewood into it and slowly heated it up. It was only at this moment that he completely lost control. He couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood, and it gushed out of his throat. This was the blind zither player's true killer move, playing the zither hundreds of times to injure the skin, and qi was just a smokescreen. Since the zither music had always been regarded as the music to stop evil and correct the heart, of course it could also be used by a Finger Profound realm martial artist to stop ghosts and gods from breaking Vajra. The zither music from before, whether it was the distinction between north and south or the difference between speed and slowness, it was all a kind of silent guidance. The late spring rain was like splashing ink, but the spring breeze moistened things silently. This snapping of the strings plucked at the heartstrings, causing most of the qi in Su Fengnian's entire body to surge violently in an instant. It immediately went straight for Su Fengnian's heart meridian. If she succeeded, his heart wouldn't be whole anymore. Finger profound. Finger low string. Profound bow string. The blind zither player's finger profound was not to ask for immortality, but to cut off other people's path to immortality. Su Fengnian smashed a fist on his chest, forcefully suppressing the qi flowing downwards. He, who had been using both feet to lock the qi in place, relaxed the last third of the confinement. He laughed nastily as he lifted his feet and ran. This woman had set up a series of traps and was quietly waiting for this opportunity. He had been patient from beginning to end, waiting for the opportunity to make his move. Wasn't he the Oriole behind? The spring thunder scabbard inserted into the wall rang, but it was covered by the sound of the rain. The zither player, who could be called a woman's national master, furrowed her delicate brows. She seemed to feel some heartache and regret, snapping another string. The majestic rain above the two people's heads froze in an instant, but the rain below the eaves of the alley continued to fall rapidly. Thus, an extremely strange scene appeared. Heaven and earth separated. There was no rain in the alley. Chapter 5:13. The second string was snapped by a finger. The taut string jumped up and slid out a fine blood groove on her white palm, dripping onto the scorched tail guqin. As the blood dripped down, the sudden stop of heavy rain also came crashing down. Su Fengnian, who was less than 10 steps away from her, stretched out his arm. The trembling spring thunder inserted into the wall was about to leave its scabbard. However, the spring thunder had only left its scabbard for an inch when Su Fengnian lost control of the short knife. Instead, the blind guqin master bent her middle finger slightly, and the spring thunder bounced back into the scabbard, completely penetrating the wall. Su Fengnian, whose sea of qi had exploded, was shrouded in a scarlet mist. After landing, he stuffed the 2 Diana Jindan given to him by the dragon tree monk into his mouth. With a tap of his toes, he staggered forward. With a wave of his sleeves, 9 flying swords rushed out together. The female guqin master snorted coldly. Her left thumb and index finger hooked onto a string of the guqin and pulled it up. In a flash, the 9 flying swords were each twisted by a dozen silver threads. In a flash, sparks flew, crackling. Her right hand moved in an abnormal manner with her left hand. Su Fengnian's abdomen seemed to have been hit by a heavy object. Like a tree stump smashing into a door, his entire body flew backwards and fell onto the limestone floor. At this critical juncture, a black-clothed man jumped over the wall like a leopard cat looking for food under the curtain of night. With a padao in his hand, he arrived at Su Fengnian's side in the blink of an eye and swiftly chopped down on his head. This chop was very soft. Of course, it was not able to cut off Su Fengnian's head. This was because Su Fengnian's hands were on the ground, his body was bent, and he spun in a big circle against the ice-cold stone floor. The golden thread that was originally used to deal with the Xian Guqin master shot out from his sleeve and pierced his head through his eye sockets. The assassin who had appeared not long ago died on the spot. Killing and being killed had always been done in the blink of an eye. Before Su Fengnian's body landed on the ground, the wall of the alley suddenly split open. The second robust, black-clothed man was even more convenient. He directly broke through the wall and chopped at the waist with an axe. Su Fengnian did not need his hands and feet to touch the ground. His body spun to the side, and the axe was full of energy. After missing, it split open an entire stone floor. After Su Fengnian stood up, he leaned his shoulder against the black-clothed assassin. He stuck more than he hit, but he did not want to let this astonishingly strong man gather his energy. Su Fengnian then extended a palm and pressed it against the assassin's temple. He took small steps forward. And in this process, he took advantage of the opportunity to quickly accumulate the chaotic surging of the great yellow courtyard. He pushed out in one breath. And the assassin's momentum decreased, and the other increased. He pushed the axe-wielding man against the wall, his head smashing into the mud and creating a large crater. How could Su Fengnian give him room to fight back? His left hand punched the assassin's waist, and his right hand pressed against the head. He swiped it across the wall, forcibly wiping out a shocking pool of blood. After releasing his hand, the assassin's entire face was badly mutilated and seeped into the yellow mud. He was already a dead man. Su Fengnian had killed 2 people in a row. It had only taken 6 or 7 breaths of time. This time, he was truly exhausted. The blind female zither player's fingers hooked onto a string. If she broke another string, Su Fengnian would undoubtedly die. Her fingertips had just touched the strings when her expression changed. Slightly, she changed the broken string into a plucked string. The scorched tail, zither, left her knees and flew backwards. Bang! The zither cracked in the air. Su Fengnian sighed and supported himself against the wall. He felt somewhat regretful that such a good opportunity would not come again. Before the rain, at that time, Su Fengnian stood up and left the fortune-telling stall under the old willow tree. He saw a 15 or 16-year-old robust youth blocking the middle of the street. His clothes were ragged, and he held a broken porcelain bowl. He looked like a shameless beggar who had made up his mind to pester him for copper coins. The youth grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He softly said 2 words in Bailian language, Su Wu. Su Fengnian continued forward. His eyes were exceptionally clear as he said softly, "My master is Su of the 12 earthly branches. He has always been in charge of secretly monitoring Su, Zhao, and Qi. I'm an orphan born and raised here. I was taken in as a disciple by my master when I was young. 3 years ago, my master died of old age. I went to northern Liang in accordance with my master's wishes. I wanted to inherit his legacy and become Su, but the general did not agree. Instead, he made me Wu of the 10 heavenly stems. Some time ago, I received news from another earthly branch's death warrior that Your Highness the Crown Prince might be coming. Su Fengnian pretended to take out a piece of broken silver. He was not in a hurry to throw it into the bowl. In the eyes of others, there were scattered copper coins. He was somewhat distressed about the money. The youth quickly said, "There are 2 groups of assassins in the city. One group consists of 3 people who are not very skilled. The other is a female devil with a zither called Shui Songguan. She is ranked 5th in Beimang's 10 devils. She is ranked 2nd on the assassin ranking. She is very difficult to deal with. I am good at the 6-stone bow. I can hurt a King Kong physique within 300 steps. Your Highness, do you want to kill her or avoid her? I will listen to you." Su Fengnian threw the broken silver into the bowl and said without hesitation, "Kill her." The youth pretended to be greedy for money. He smiled brightly and asked, "But Your Highness, she is a Xian Kuan expert. She is not easy to kill." Su Fengnian said, as he walked. He had an impatient expression as if he was chasing away flies. He said in a flat tone, "I will attract her attention. If nothing unexpected happens, the group of 3 will take advantage of me fighting with Shui Songguan to hit me when I am down. If I am unable to kill her, I will definitely save my strength to kill them. When the time comes, you only need to shoot an arrow from 300 steps away." The sloppy youth laughed without being serious and said, "His Royal Highness, does he need to gamble so much? If you die, I won't be able to live either." Su Fengnian smiled. and said, "When gambling, you can't always think of using small to win big. This kind of stingy gambler will lose 9 out of 10 times." The youth's eyes lit up. He seemed to agree with this point of view. Su Fengnian smiled. Like an eccentric and capricious playboy, he kicked the youth away and took back the broken silver from the bowl. The youth was stunned as he looked at the handsome back. He swallowed and spat out 2 words, "Stingy." At this time, in the rain. Chapter 5:14. Without the banana leaf style zither, the woman's delicate body leaned forward slightly and stopped swaying. The blind zither player spat out a mouthful of blood and reached out to pull out a black iron arrow from his back. The sharp arrow only pierced an inch into his back and did not seriously injure his lungs. A long spear pierced through the wall and pierced towards Su Fengnian. In the end, the demoness inexplicably threw out an iron arrow that pierced through the assassin's head. Su Fengnian easily dodged the tip of the spear. He looked curiously at the zither player who had first killed and then saved someone. He then waved his hand. The archer youth drew his bow and shot from 300 paces away to hide his tracks. Since he had been exposed, he leaped nimbly from the roof like a leopard. When he was 100 paces away, he drew his bow like a full moon and aimed at the demoness. With his master's signal, the youth was not in a hurry to shoot. Besides, if the first arrow did not succeed, whether the second arrow could cause a fatal injury to the zither player was another matter. Apart from the string iron arrow in his hand, there was only 1 arrow left in the quiver on his back. She stood up and said slowly, "Su Fengnian, or should I say Beliang's His Royal Highness. When I was in Longyao province, someone first bought your death with 500 caddies of gold. Later, someone bought your life with 600 caddies of gold." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "There are only 8 or 9 people in Beliang who know my whereabouts this time. Many people can be ruled out as suspects. Now it seems that if it's not Chu Lushan, then it's Yi Shizhen who wants my life. Lu Qiu definitely has 500 caddies of gold, but Yi Shizhen might not. But the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Heaven knows what the truth is. As for buying my life, it's definitely my master, Li Yishan. Why do you still want to kill me after receiving the second batch of gold?" She said matter-of-factly, "I have to pay attention to first come, first served. I told myself that as long as the 3 strings are broken and you can still live, I won't kill you." Without waiting for Su Fengnian to move, the youth decisively shot an arrow and broke one of the 5 strings lying quietly on the limestone floor. Xue Songguan, who was both a devil and an assassin, asked, "I've already decided not to kill you. Are you going to kill me?" Su Fengnian's face twisted as he said, "If you don't fight back, I'll kill you." The corners of her mouth twitched as if she was trying to laugh it off. Su Fengnian sat down cross-legged and finally had the time to absorb the essence of the 2 Diana gold core. Young Wu jumped all the way to Su Fengnian's side along the roof and wall. He cautiously looked at the female devil whose zither was destroyed by him. She just carefully picked up the guqin fragments and strings, carefully held them in her arms, and then sat on the stone steps in a daze. The heavy rain gradually stopped. This old man's son, Zhao Dingxiu, walked out of the courtyard accompanied by the blacksmith. The latter went to collect the corpse. This old man's son looked at the zither player, who stood up and curtsied. He then looked at the young man, who was meditating at the foot of the wall, and the youth with the bow. He sighed and said, "I heard everything you said. Everyone who comes is a guest. Come in." The blind zither player walked into the courtyard first and did not forget to pick up the small umbrella that was slanted on the threshold. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Su Fengnian stood up and went to the wall to take out the spring thunder. He then walked into the courtyard with young Wu. In this room, Other than the unconscious Su Su, there was also Bailiang, His Royal Highness, Young Wu, the elder of Western Shu, Zhao Dingxiu, and the female devil Shui Songguan. It was really ridiculous. This old man's son glanced at Su Fengnian and said, "Every family has its own difficulties. I didn't expect that Bailiang, who had 300,000 steel cavalrymen, would be in such a mess." Su Fengnian took off his outer robe and said with a smile, "I'm talking about a little rich. When a family has a big business, especially after it has completely settled down, the son of the Zhao family can't do anything to Bailiang, and Beimeng can't do anything to the 300,000 steel cavalrymen. Everyone has nothing to do, so there will be all kinds of internal strife." This old man's son laughed coldly and said, "His Royal Highness is really broad-minded." Su Fengnian sat on the threshold and leaned against the door. "In order to pass on a message to you, I almost lost my life here. Is this how the Western Shu people treat their guests?" The great scholar of the spring and autumn period said coldly, "Don't forget that Western Shu was trampled by your Bailiang army." Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, "Bailiang didn't destroy Western Shu, and there were also Southern Liang and Western Liang who did this kind of thing that left their names in history. But Southern Liang and Western Liang wouldn't let go of your Western Shu crown prince. Even if I say a word now, my heart will ache. Can you stop keeping me in suspense?" This old man's son narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you believe that I won't let someone cut off your head with a sword?" Su Fengnian pointed at the blind zither player. The woman who had her back facing him said telepathically, "Official Shuesong has already accepted 600 kilograms of gold. If Sword Master Qi wants to kill him, I will stop you." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Old Scholar Zhao, what do you think?" This old man's son snorted coldly. Su Fengnian said, "The revival of Western Shu is not in the old Western Shu. 800 miles down south, there are 18 tribes of Nanjiao. You can talk about reviving the country after you unify them. Bailiang has hidden pawns there that you can use." This old man's son's eyes turned cold. Su Fengnian went straight to the point and said, "There is no free lunch in this world. I will first accept a deposit. I heard that the one surnamed Qi has been secretly forging a sword for the past 20 years. Regardless of whether the sword has been forged or not, even if it is only a sword embryo, he will still give it to me." This old man's son was furious and cursed, "Get out of here." Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said, "Zhao Dingxiu, don't take it for granted. Let alone a sword. I reckon that if you had a granddaughter and heard that there was hope for reviving the country, wouldn't you give it to her with both hands?" This old man's son was so angry that his lips turned green. Fortunately, he had never practiced martial arts. Otherwise, he would most likely pick up his weapon and fight this little bastard to the death. The blacksmith, who had returned to the courtyard, said calmly, "You can take that spring and autumn sword." Su Fengnian was stunned. The blacksmith looked at Su Fengnian as if the sun had risen from the west. He laughed heartily and said, "The battle in the alley was full of strength. I have been listening to your speech. When you were fighting, you didn't say more than 10 words. I know that you are a straightforward person. I like it. You are just like my master in the past, our sword emperor of Western Shu. If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill. I believe that this spring and autumn sword will not be disgraced in your hands." After saying this, the blacksmith was even more straightforward. He stepped into the courtyard, and a sword case broke out of the ground. Before it came out of the case, the sword aura was already surging. Chapter 5:15. Perhaps it was because of the appearance of the famed sword. Su Su quivered, and was just about to wake up when Su Fengnian rode his sword out of his sleeve and tapped the hilt of the golden thread sword with his finger, knocking the former crown prince of Western Shu unconscious on the spot. This old man was so angry that his lips were trembling. When the golden thread sword returned to the blind female zither player, Shwe Songwan snorted coldly. The golden thread struggled and trembled in the air, unable to advance or retreat. This old man, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, was able to see through the affairs of the world. He was even more wary of this Baelyang heir, who spoke frivolously. The situation was clearly settled, but at this moment, he still did not forget to try and kill Shwe Songwan. Su Fengnian laughed shamelessly and pulled away the qi flow of the golden thread sword. Shwe Songwan was not kind enough to give it away with both hands. She hooked her index finger and pulled the flying sword in front of her. She then used two slender fingers of her left hand to press down on the sword. She was a genuine Xian finger expert and could see the general situation from small details. The flying sword was meticulously crafted by Dong Tai. In terms of its indescribable texture, it was like a wordless sword manual. There were 4 realms in the first rank. Not to mention whether the current realm had advanced or was close to the land of immortals, there were 3 geniuses who could not be avoided. They had all once surpassed others in their respective realms. In the Vajra realm, there was the white-robed monk Li Dongxin, Chao Chongqing, who dominated the 8 battles of Qi, and in the Xian Finger realm, there was Dong Tai, who proved his Tao through techniques. In the battle in the Rainy Alley, including the golden thread, which could be said to be her trump card, the blind zither player had seen a total of 10 flying swords. At this moment, when she touched the sword, she knew that there was a lot of knowledge behind it. Shwe Songwan guessed that this son of the butcher seemed to be unaware that he had a huge treasure on him. He was suspicious of picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. He only cared about nurturing the sword embryo and did not know the meaning of the Tao of swordsmanship contained within a flying sword. She also did not have the kindness to poke the window paper. Su Fengnian threw away the golden thread sword and was not worried that the demoness would not return it. He ignored Zhao Dingxiu's angry glare. He walked to the center of the courtyard and stared at the ebony sandalwood box that contained the spring and autumn sword, unable to take his eyes off it. The sword box was engraved with complicated inscriptions and talismans. Most of the top swordsmiths in the world were proficient in Qimen Dun Jia. Since the swordsmith with the surname Qi was qualified to forge a sword for the sword emperor of Shishu, of course, he was one of the best. If the scabbard was the inner garment, then the sword case was the outer garment of a person. This sword box had already exceeded this category. It was more like a cage, not allowing the killing aura to escape. Regardless of whether it was the literary world, the chess world, or the Jianghu Wulin world, they all had the bad habit of worshipping the past and belittling the present. They always thought that poems and essays were written well by the ancients, and martial arts secret manuals were more precious the older they got. Little did they know that the affairs of the world were like chess, always stepping on the shoulders of the ancients. The later generations were getting more and more exquisite. Fortunately, in the chess world, there were Huang Longshi and Su Weisheng. And in the Jianghu, there were Wang Xianji and Li Chungang, both of whom had created a new atmosphere of good fortune for 100 years. Now that the spring and autumn annals had appeared, it could be said that the present generation did not envy the ancients anymore. The blacksmith saw that Su Fengnian was about to reach out to touch the sword case, and said softly, "Be careful." Su Fengnian reached out to touch the sword case. After retracting his hand, he looked down and saw that there were many fresh traces of blood seeping out. The killing aura hidden in this sword was so strong that it was rarely seen in his life. The blacksmith who had once carried the sword for the sword emperor of West Shu smiled and said, "I am only in charge of forging a good sword. How you take the sword and how you restrain the sword aura afterwards is your business." Su Fengnian did not even turn his head and said, "Wu, go and help Sister Zither, Master find an inn to stay in." The youth with the big bow and the quiver on his back nodded and said, "Okay." Shue Songguan's 2 fingers released the golden thread, and in an instant it returned to Su Fengnian's sword case. The blacksmith, who was one of the top swordsmen in the world, saw this scene and secretly nodded. No wonder he could fight so fiercely with this finger-profound realm woman in the small alley. The king of Bailiang had a good son with a similar temperament. The blacksmith then thought of his own crown prince of West Shu, Su Su. Su Su was, of course, an alias. Su Su and Su Su were both homonyms of Shu. As for why his surname was Su and his name was Su, he had to ask the old scholar Zhao. He had not been able to figure it out all these years. Could it be that this old man missed the taste of the shortbread peddling on the streets of West Shu? The blacksmith walked in front of the furnace and looked at the young man sleeping soundly. He was different from this old man. He did not have so many enemies of the country. He only felt that it was good as long as this crown prince, who had been left behind in the marketplace, could live happily. Whether or not he could restore the country, it was up to the heavens. He remembered that when the great river crossed West Shu, the sword emperor, whose reputation was second only to the sword god Li Chungang, had said that the sword's momentum was like a river, flowing down from the top to the bottom. Naturally, the sword's aura was more abundant. He who held the sword felt that it was probably the same as being a person. Only Li Chungang alone could go against the flow of the sword to open the gate of heaven. The blacksmith carried Su Su on his back. There were 2 small rooms in the backyard. When Su Su was young, she liked to cry and wet the bed in the middle of the night. The old man had to stand guard at the door almost the entire night. On the other hand, the blacksmith slept soundly or only cared about forging a sword with the black iron from outer space. Every time he thought of this, the blacksmith could not help but want to laugh. It was really hard for an old student who had spent his whole life studying. Even in his old age, he still had to be both a father and a mother. Back then, who knew how many times his beard had been pulled off by the little crown prince. After pulling it off, he still had to giggle. The blacksmith felt that the old man, who had a face of helplessness back then, was much more humane than when he had angrily reprimanded the emperor in court. Su Fengnian stood in the courtyard and walked slowly around the sword case. The young kamikaze left his bow in the courtyard and then walked out of the courtyard with the blind zither player. She wrapped the broken zither in a cotton bag and held it on her arm like a graceful young lady who had just returned from grocery shopping. The young man looked at her from the corner of his eyes and found it interesting. He was originally a happy-go-lucky person who could not hold back his worries. He joked, "Sister Shue, I accidentally broke your beloved zither. You won't suddenly kill me, right?" The female zither player shook her head gently and said, "I won't." The young man with the code name, Wu, asked curiously, "Sister Shue, aren't you a great devil who is ranked at the top of the Beimang list? Don't devils kill people without a reason?" She smiled and said, "I don't know why I'm on the list. In fact, I've only killed 6 people. Other than the first person, the rest were paid by others to kill me. Maybe it's because the people I killed were all close to the Vajra realm." The young man laughed with a childish nature and said, "Sister Shue, if a woman's skills are so high, be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future. Think about it. Even if you're not a notorious great devil, which man would like to marry a wife who is better at fighting than him? Isn't this the saying? I wouldn't dare to marry someone like that. In the future, I'll definitely find a woman who only knows how to embroider. But I don't have money and I'm not handsome. When my master was alive, he was always worried that I wouldn't be able to find a wife." The blind girl said softly, "If you're with the heir of Bailiang, Are you still afraid of not having a wife?" The young man, Wu, whose hands were above his knees, walked on the bluestone path in the small alley. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, "I'm just afraid that I'll die one day. That's why I don't dare to find a wife." When he reached the door of the inn, the young man quietly disappeared into the night. At dawn the next day, Su, who had slept enough, wanted to use a beautiful carp flip to sit up. In the end, she fell heavily on the bed, making the poor wooden bed creak. Rubbing her waist, Su was a little confused. Why was she lying on the bed when she opened her eyes? Didn't she meet a woman who was waiting for someone in the rainy night? Su vaguely remembered that at the end of the alley there was a slender figure holding an umbrella. This kind of person looked high and mighty. If she saw him on a normal day, Su would silently criticize him for half a day. Walking out of the room, no matter how the old master tidied it up, the old master would often nag about how he could sweep the world if he didn't sweep the room. At first, Su heard it in her left ear and out her right ear. Later, she couldn't stand it anymore and blocked the old master with a sentence, "Get the world and sweep it for me. I guarantee that this room will be spotless." After that, the old master didn't nag about it anymore. This made Su feel a little apologetic. This old man was moving out the pots of orchids. Su was not surprised and went to the front room. Uncle Chi was still working tirelessly on the iron. Su bent her arms and compared her muscles with Uncle Chi's. She was a little discouraged. Suddenly, she saw an unfamiliar figure standing in the courtyard. She ran over to take a look and opened her eyes wide. Angrily, she shouted, "Who are you?" For the entire night, Su Fengnian had been peeling the sword aura that flowed out of the sword sheath. The cracked soil had been unknowingly flattened. He turned around and looked at the orphan of the old Western Shu imperial family, but didn't say anything. Su frowned and then came to her senses. She sneered and said, "I remember now. You are the fool who was cheated of money under the old willow tree yesterday. You are a man, and yet you are crying. Is your heart aching for the money, or what?" Su Fengnian turned around with a cold face. This old man's son, Zhao Dingxiu, came to the front room and said helplessly, "Don't be rude." Chapter 5:16. To this old man's son, Zhao Dingxiu, Su was his own son. The only difference was that they were not related by blood. If that young man surnamed Su did not step into this alley, perhaps he would have died of old age in this town. The words Zhao Dingxiu's tomb were carved on the tombstone. Along with the tombstone would be scattered by the wind and rain. No one would remember the words of Zhao Dingxiu, the sage of calligraphy of Western Shu during the spring and autumn period. He would be worried that Su would not be able to marry a gentle wife. He would be worried that this child would be bullied by the ruffians in the marketplace. He would also be worried that without his scolding, Su would go astray, become useless, and live a miserable life. But now it was different. Li Yishan had fulfilled his promise. He was going to take the incognito Su to the south. He was going to the 18 tribes of Nanzhao to strategize. Just as Li Yishan had said on the cliff, Western Shu is not here, but there is still later Shu. Today, this old man's son personally came to apologize to the families whose children were teaching at the private school. He also gave away the pots of orchids. It was the butcher who had used a knife to cut his arm. When he heard that the teacher was leaving, he chopped off an entire fresh pig leg and stuffed it into his hands. Later, he was afraid that the small teacher would not be able to carry it, so he had the sturdy boy at home carry it to the door of the small courtyard. The boy, who was most likely going to inherit his father's business as a butcher, smiled and said a few words. "Teacher, remember to come back in the future." This old man's son smiled and reminded him, "Now that you know how to read, Don't be sloppy when helping your father with the bookkeeping. You should be careful when doing things. The simple and honest boy scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. This old man's son waved his hand and struggled to carry the pig leg into the courtyard. Su Fengnian, who was thinking in the front yard, saw this and hurriedly carried it on his shoulder and helped to put it into the kitchen. It was close to dusk. Su had stewed a large pot. The aroma filled the entire courtyard. With him and Uncle Chi, two Taotais, there was no need to worry about not being able to finish it. Su Fengnian bought a few sets of fitting clothes in the city and a small bookcase that could fit the spring thunder. As for the spring and autumn sword, which was dormant with sword Chi, he planned to carry it on his back instead of carrying a saber. It was better than nothing to conceal his identity. In this way, he really did look like a scholar carrying a book and a sword on his back. Su Fengnian didn't want to waste the 600 caddies of gold. He had the female devil Xue Songguan escort the three of them to Nanzhao. Although they had the swordsmith, surnamed Qi, as their escort, and there wouldn't be any major problems, it was always better to have more retainers. Even the young death warrior was ordered to go to Bailiang on the way. At first, Wu didn't agree no matter what. He wanted to accompany His Royal Highness from Juzizhou to Jinsizhou. Su Fengnian had no choice but to put on the airs of the crown prince of Bailiang. Only then did the young death warrior obey the order to go south. A large table of people ate the fragrant stewed meat together. Even the blind zither player was asked to stay. Su Fengnian also called for the death warrior Wu to come and freeload. It was a rare lively scene in the courtyard. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Wu went back to pack up his belongings. Su took Xue Songguan to wander around the city. This old man took out half a string of money and secretly gave it to her. It was as if his disappointing son had finally swindled a girl. As an elder, he had to keep up appearances. Only this old man, the blacksmith Su Fengnian, and the other two were left in the courtyard. They didn't have any misgivings when talking. Su Fengnian gave Zhao Dingxiu the names of a few people from Nanzhao according to Li Yishan's instructions. This old man was in a good mood. He silently memorized the names of these important people and their contact information. Finally, he asked directly, "Is the Su family rebelling?" Su Fengnian couldn't help but think of Mount Qingcheng and Qingyang Palace. He wondered if they had already released 6,000 soldiers. He sighed and shook his head. "It's just a means of self-protection." This old man said emotionally, "There are as many strategists as there are carps in the spring and autumn period, but only a pair of hands can make a name for themselves. Your Su family's Xiao Chongling died early. It is a pity that he lost his talent as an advisor. Fortunately, Li Yishan is still here. Otherwise, the hound will be cooked after the rabbit is killed. Your Su family may not have what it has today. Previously, I thought that while Li Yishan was better than Zhao Chongling in strategy, he lost in vision and spirit compared to Zhao Chongling, who died young, and Nailan Yusi, who is still helping the king of Yen plan and manage the vassals. He is only strong in arithmetic, but weak in Dao. But in the last 20 years, through the scattered news that came to Orange Province, I slowly see that Li Yishan was hiding his abilities back then, or perhaps he was hidden by Zhao Chongling and could not show his abilities. When the Su family took over Bailiang, other than personally going to the battlefield, Li Yishan was a first-rate scholar in geography, insight, diplomacy, and literary talent. Simply calling him a poisoned scholar is an injustice to Li Yishan." Su Fengnian leaned lazily against the door and said with a smile, "My master is an all-rounder." Su Xiao also said that Zhao Chongling always felt guilty back then. He said that as long as Zhao Chongling was alive, Li Yishan would not be able to do his best. "My master has really reached the realm of doing as he pleases. He can lead troops and govern with ease. Over the past 20 years, even I don't know how many moves Master has made. I'm afraid that in Master's eyes, only Zhang Julu is a match for him in the entire empire. This old man said with a regretful expression, "It is a pity that I cannot meet Li Yishan on this trip to the south. I have too many things I want to talk to him about. Right, His Royal Highness, how is your master's health?" Su Fengnian said softly, "Not very good." The old master frowned. Su Fengnian squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. He smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, he won't die." On the morning of the second day, they left the city, gathered near the dry moat outside the city, and then parted ways. Su originally wanted to shamelessly ask this old man to rent a carriage. Wouldn't it be good to show off? But when she woke up this morning and saw this old man's tense face, she did not have the courage. Fortunately, when she heard that Miss Shui was going with him to the unfamiliar south, she did not care if there was a carriage. Turning back to look at the handsome young master standing by the river and waving his hand, Su gently pulled on the woman's sleeve and asked in a small voice, "You are not familiar with Su?" The blind woman said softly, "No." Su asked with a smile, "Then, do you like him?" The corner of her mouth curled up, and she shook her head. Su was happy and relieved, but also a little sad. Even the old master found that brat pleasing to the eye. In the future, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would have a bright future. As for herself, she was living a muddle-headed life as a scoundrel. Then she would not like her even more, right? The young man did not hurry to catch up with the group. His big bow and quiver were hidden and given to the burly blacksmith to carry. The young man just stood beside his master, wanting to say something but hesitating. Su Fengnian said with a smile, "There is no use for you to follow me. You might even be a burden. If you die, you will die in vain." The young man of sacrifice looked melancholy, who said the young man did not know the taste of worry. Su Fengnian patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Go. When you reach Beiliang Palace, tell Su Xiao and my master Li Yishan that I am fine. This will count as you doing a good deed." The young man was worried quickly, but he was also not worried quickly. He smiled brightly and said, "Okay." Su Fengnian thought for a while, took out a bag of silver, and threw it to the young man. "Don't let people think that we are stingy." The young man took the bag of silver and suddenly lowered his head and said in a low voice, "His Royal Highness, why don't I go with you to Jinxi Province? I am actually not that afraid of death." Su Fengnian turned his body around and stepped on his, but he laughed and scolded, "Get lost." The young man staggered and turned around to look at the back of this old man's son. He rubbed his eyes hard and then hurriedly ran to this old man's son's son. Su was surprised and asked, "Oh, you actually cried?" The young man who knew this person's nickname turned his head and said, "Damn you, it's none of your business." Su giggled and said, "Is that guy your brother?" The young man said angrily, "He is your uncle." Su was stunned for a moment and then laughed. The young man flew into a rage out of humiliation and imitated His Highness the Crown Prince's actions. He kicked Su soft, and said in an imposing manner, "Scram!" Even this old man's son was happy to add insult to injury. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Little Wu, you taught him a good lesson." Su patted his sore, and grimaced. He was not angry. He turned around and looked. Although Su did not think that he was smart, he was not stupid. He knew that the person surnamed Su was going north alone and did not let little Wu follow him. He was kind. If it was him, he probably would not have done it. Not to mention other things, it was pitiful to be alone without anyone to talk to. Su Fengnian, who did not know that he had become the scenery of others, went north. He patted the spring and autumn on his back and smiled. I wanted to give it to Wenhua. It's not right to always use a wooden sword, but I have to wait until he is successful. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to carry it for a day or two, and it would be snatched away. If he is stubborn and does not want it, then I will give it to Dong Tai as repayment for the gift of the sword. If I don't meet him, it's okay. I will return to Bailiang and give it to White Fox. If he doesn't want it, then this brother named Spring and Autumn, you can only follow me." Su Fengnian was silent and said to himself, "Actually, I want to give it to the old man with the sheepskin coat the most." In Honglu Cave in Jiangnan, there was a rice field between the Green Mountains. An old man with the sheepskin coat sat barefoot on the field after planting rice. There was a wooden water wheel beside him. Chapter 5:17. I originally wanted to be lazy and upload it tomorrow, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. I'll just take it as Li Chuangong's death and use the author's mouth to finish the story. P.S. If a new top scorer appears in the future, try your best to express your gratitude. Try your best. If Su Fengnian changed his face again, he would be in line with first Madame Shuxiu's crafty taste. Indeed, he could not be more scholarly. The Spring and Autumn sword had already recognized him as its master. It withdrew its river-like sword intent and slung it on his back. He was already tall and slender, so he looked even more handsome. The only thing missing was an ancient temple sitting in the wilderness. Otherwise, when Su Fengnian entered the dormitory to read under the light, he might be seduced by the fox fairy. The geography of Orange Province was actually not much different from that of the Central Plains. There were also some towering mountains and steep ridges, but compared to the mountains and rivers of the south, it had a rougher feeling that it couldn't be carefully chewed. Along the way, Su Fengnian, other than nurturing his sword, spent most of his energy on deciphering the knot strands on the seventh blade. Stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. In the battle in the small alley, the blind zither player had played like a child's 18 strokes of the hujia. Although he had dodged in a hurry, he had benefited greatly afterward. Since Su Fengnian had fulfilled his wish and successfully persuaded this old man to go to Nanzhao, he was in no hurry. Now that he had arrived at the fork in the mountain, he saw a simple wine shop with a flag that kept falling down no matter how strong the wind blew. A young woman with an enchanting figure was standing at the door and stretching. As she twisted her waist, the unique charm of a mature woman swayed out. When she saw Su Fengnian, the handsome scholar, her eyes lit up and she immediately trotted over. She took the young man's arm and dragged him to the wine shop. She squeezed and squeezed, not forgetting to raise her charming eyes, and stared straight at Su Fengnian. Seeing his face full of righteousness, she smiled tenderly and said, "Young master, don't pretend. I know you're this old Taoist bird." Su Fengnian no longer purposely pulled a long face and looked like a lecher who hit it off with an adulterous couple. He laughed and said, "Auntie has good eyes." "Auntie." It was the young woman's turn to lose her composure. She said sweetly, "You're so naughty. I'm only 18. Su Fengnian said honestly, "Your daughter is 18, right? Little enemy, go to hell." The young woman had a charming smile on her face as she spoke flirtatious words. She took out a dagger from her sleeve and stabbed it towards Su Fengnian's waist. Su Fengnian's expression didn't change as he carried the book box on his back. He held the dagger between two fingers and said helplessly, "Auntie, please don't be like this. I'm just here to quench my thirst. Since it's for money, it's not for free." The woman, who was quite charming, was still smiling. She squinted her eyes and said, "How can silver be enough? Even the body and 100 caddies of meat should be enough to make meat buns for me." She pulled the dagger a few times, but it didn't move at all. Her eyes revealed some surprise. She shouted towards the tavern, "Come out quickly! I've run into a tough, nut to crack. Su Fengnian looked at the dozen or so strong men rushing out and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That kid Wenhua would definitely like such a wonderful Jianghu. It was supposed to be the time when the tea before the Ming festival and the tea before the rain were in high demand, but the small tea house in Luqing still had little business. The owner of the tea house, who was not naturally suited for business, did not care, nor did the eccentric young lady, who had just arrived, care. However, Wenhua was anxious. It was not a good idea to eat scallion noodles with fried eggs every day. In any case, they should order some meat dishes every now and then, right? Wenhua was trying to attract customers on the street. His mouth was dry, but he did not invite a single customer into the tea house to sit down. He glanced at the old parrot hanging in the bird cage at the entrance, which was still calling out incessantly. He was so angry that he took down his wooden sword and fiercely knocked on the bird cage. However, this feathered beast imitated its words vaguely, but it had learned enough from its owner, Old Man Huang, to remain calm in the face of change. Wenhua shrunk his head back. When he saw Old Man Huang drinking tea with his back facing him, he stretched out 2 fingers to pluck the feathers. Just as he was about to succeed, a sunflower struck the back of his hand. Wenhua wanted to dodge, but it was simply too late. He glared at the little girl. This little girl was slender and elegant, although her complexion was not too good. Looking at her while eating could still increase one's appetite. Unfortunately, Wenhua boasted that he had turned over a new leaf. After falling in love at first sight, for who knows how many times, he finally became enlightened. He made up his mind to uphold his chastity for that girl for the rest of his life. Wenhua angrily said, Jia family has married a beautiful cheek. If you hit me again, this young master will really make a move. When she first came to the tea house with a dispirited expression, Old Man Huang, who would not move an inch even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, felt heartache for her. Later, when he introduced her name, he was unwilling to put in any effort, only confirming that her surname was Jia, and the last 2 were homophones. Wenhua did not care about anything, as he was born to be at odds with her. Every time he called her name, he would deliberately shout a long string of words. Last month, a scene had happened that scared him so much that he almost peed his pants. A tea house customer deliberately made things difficult for her, disliking that her tea brewing skills were too shabby. She patiently changed 2 pots of tea, but the businessman, who had the demeanor of a scholar, was still finding fault with her despite the cold weather. Wenhua was originally watching the fun and was happy to see this young lady make a fool of herself. Then he saw the young lady standing next to the customer chuckling and chopping off his head with a karate chop. If it were not for Wenhua's quick-wittedness, throwing out a tea saucer to block the karate chop, and then risking his life to stand between the 2 of them, that head would have been chopped off like a watermelon. Since then, Wenhua had been on tenterhooks, wishing that he could even keep an eye on her when she went to the outhouse. These days, for the first time, Wenhua was willing to be an ox or a horse. He did not dare to trouble this young lady to receive the tea house customers. He would rather she sit cross-legged on the bench by the window and stare blankly with a sunflower that had been plucked from God knows where on her shoulder. The young woman chuckled with a stiff expression. Wenhua was helpless against her, and he walked into the tea house embarrassedly before sitting down opposite Old Man Huang. When he saw the young woman didn't follow him, he said in a low voice, "Your granddaughter. Does she need to be spoiled like you, just like last time? Isn't it against the law to kill someone?" The old man with white hair took a sip of tea and said calmly, "My daughter killed a few people, yet it's against the law? Which clan's rules are these? Which country's laws are these? If it was 20 years ago, you could have asked those emperors and monarchs to answer and see who would nod." The corners of Wenhua's mouth twitched as he said, "Old Man Huang, You don't even make a draft when you boast. If it's according to what you said, then wouldn't you be on equal footing with the Zhao clan's son of heaven? The old man glanced sideways at the wooden sword wanderer that personally taught him the sword technique, and he didn't say anything. When Hua felt a chill run down his spine from being stared at, and he said, all right. You're formidable, all right? Since you're so boastful, then I'll make 3 large bowls of onion noodles for you tonight. Otherwise, you'll surely be hungry to the point you won't be able to sleep. The old man that possessed an elegant aura waved his hand and said, I'll go make a bowl right away. When Hua said angrily, if I don't go, then do you really think I'm a lackey? Then he stretched out his hand and said with a mischievous smile, my family's little Nian said that a man can't be subdued by force. Only riches and honor can allow me to be obscene. So, give me money first. The old man hovered over the teacup, so when Hua immediately squeezed out a flattering smile and made an action of putting a towel on his shoulder, he ran away, but he muttered, see if I'll add a fried egg for you. Ha! I didn't even put a few pieces of onion for you. The old man turned his head and raised his voice, and he shouted with a smile, little girl, come. Sit closer and drink tea with me. The little girl sat at the table next to him and sat cross-legged, and then she plucked the sunflowers one by one. The 2 of them still had their backs to each other. The old man didn't mind, and he drank the coarse tea mouthful by mouthful. When Hua's legs were nimble, and the onion noodles weren't strenuous work. After eating that bowl of noodles with onion noodles that were so pitiful that they could be counted on one's fingers, he didn't fuss over every ounce with the kid in front of him. After he put down his chopsticks, he sighed with emotion. Little one, among those people on the martial arts evaluation, who do you think is the real expert? Chapter 518. When they talked about this, when Hua was immediately in high spirits, and he laughed loudly. Is there even a need to say it? Of course, it's old immortal Wang from the martial emperor city. Tuoba is a northern barbarian, so I don't care about him at all. In the end, it's still the peach blossom sword god, Dong Tai. He's the #1 swordsman. Of course, I admire him from the bottom of my heart. If I can exchange a sword move with sword god Deng in this lifetime, I will have no regrets even if I die. As for those Chao, Guanzi, Demon Luo Yang, and the others, they are nothing. They are not my cup of tea. Old man Huang sneered. With your knowledge, you want to achieve greater mastery in swordsmanship. Those who practice the sword only learn from that Dong Tai, but they don't know Li Chungang. In less than 100 years, the way of the sword will no longer occupy half of the glory of the martial way. When Hua was stunned, Li Chungang? I only know that our dynasty has an extremely exaggerated martial ranking, and this old geezer is only ranked 8th. Later on, Beimeng's martial ranking was nowhere to be seen. Wasn't he pushed down by someone? The old man picked up the teacup and was about to splash it on Wen Hua's face, when Hua hastily used his sleeve to protect his face, which he believed to be incomparably handsome. However, the old man stopped and drank a mouthful of tea. He said slowly, in the past 500 years of Jianghu, Li Chungang is the only great talent whose attainments in the way of the sword can catch up to the immortal Lu Dongxian. It's been 500 years, not just 100 years. At that time, Li Chungang was ranked among the spring and autumn 13 armors. Among them, Li Chuangong's sword and armor champion was the most unquestionable. Oh, said Wen Hua, and then he humbly asked for guidance. Old man Huang, don't talk about unrealistic things. Tell me the truth. Otherwise, I won't be able to understand it as well. The old man laughed and said, do you know how many armors Li Chungang had cut with one sword at the Guangling River? Wen Hua thought for a moment and asked probingly, 800. When he saw old man Huang smiling without speaking, Wen Hua gritted his teeth and made an exorbitant demand just like this old fellow. 1,600. The old man sneered. At another 1,000. Wen Hua slapped his thigh and roared, fucking ferocious. In the future, I will no longer worship Dong Tai, who is rumored to have provoked Tuoba. I will change it to Li Chungang. The old man sighed. If I'm not mistaken, he's already dead. When Hua was stunned, old man Huang spun the white porcelain teacup with 2 fingers. He looked at the ripples on the surface of the tea and said softly, "There is a limit to a person's strength." He broke through 2,600 armor with a single sword and suffered irreparable injuries. Such a fascinating feat is even better than the Wu family's 9 swords that broke through 10,000 cavalry 200 years ago. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. It's all your fault. However, although Li Chungang was heavily injured, logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult for him to live for another 3 or 4 years. However, with Li Chuangong's temperament, how could he bear to slowly grow old to the point where he couldn't even lift a sword? Back then, since he was willing to fall into the finger-profound realm for the sake of Fengdu's green-robed man, he wasn't willing to ascend or reincarnate after returning to being a sword immortal. Death is death. Only then would it be in line with Li Chuangong's indomitable sword intent. This is why he recently lent Dong Tai a helping hand from 10,000 miles away. Gifting the sword is secondary. With a single sword, he split open the heavens and traveled 10,000 miles to the west. Gifting the sword Dao comprehension is the key. Finally, he helped Dong Tai, this sword Dao Jr., to fight to a draw with Tuoba. The old man seemed to have forgotten to drink tea as he sighed. Green clothes fluttering in the wind, wielding a sword in the Jianghu, causing the entire Jianghu to look up to him. His life has come to an end. With his final sword, he still created a new sword immortal. Only Li Chungang can do such a thing. He died a worthy death. I just don't know if Li Chungang can truly die without regrets. The old man laughed self-deprecatingly and pointed at the tea. The tea cools after the person dies. Not long after. The Jianghu will only see Dong Tai's unparalleled glory and forget that Li Chungang once brought the sword Dao to an unparalleled height time and time again. In my opinion, the world can do without an old man like Wang Xianji, but it can't do without a true playboy like Li Chungang. King of Jing and Zhao Heng is dead. This man from the Zhao family, who was worse than a woman his entire life, finally did something that a man should do. Li Yishan worked hard and finally died of illness. There are countless strategists in the world, but only 9 people were evaluated by me. Poison warrior Li Yishan was ranked 3rd. With his death, there are only 4 people left. It's hard to say whether the other young people can replace them. Seeing the scattered but not falling pillar of luck of West Chu reconnect with the heavens, that old guy from the Imperial Astronomer, who was often tricked by me, is probably furious. I don't know if that old pedant has finished compiling the almanac. If he hasn't, that bastard Li Xiaoxin will beat him to it, and the Confucian school will be in danger. West Chu's Grand Preceptor, Sun Shiji, doesn't have many years left to live. Of the remaining 4 top strategists of the Liang dynasty, Nailan Yusi, who works as a helper for the king of Yen outside the capital, has at most 4 years left to live. As for the other 2, who are cowards in the capital, Yang Taisui, the sickly tiger, has destroyed most of his martial arts. The remaining one is the least famous, but the most promising. Most of the court's movements in the next 30 years are in his hands. He was the mastermind of the white-robed case. Half of the 12 men of sacrifice by Su Zhao's side died on the way to assassinate this person. One of them was this person's favorite concubine. The cycle of karma is not good. Isn't it funny? They're all dead. They're all going to die. Counting back and forth, there's one less person. Whether it's Jianghu or the country, it's still for the young. I like this kind of world. It's not dead. The Liang dynasty has Zhang Julu and Gu Jiantang. Beimang has the middle-aged Tuoba and the younger Dong Zhua. In the future, there will be an endless stream of newcomers who will rise to the top like bamboo shoots after the rain. This is interesting. However, the Taiping Order of the Chess and Sword Music School doesn't seem to have given up. He wants to help the Empress of Beimang play a big game of chess. I'm looking forward to it. When Hua was dizzy from hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Old man Huang, are you possessed? What nonsense are you talking about?" The old man picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. "You don't have to pay attention to this chessboard. Just practice the sword at ease. You can only practice the sword for the rest of your life. Scholars have scholars' matters, boorish men have boorish work, and merchants have merchants' business. Everyone lives and works within the rules. This is the world's peace." When Hua patted the wooden sword at his waist and snorted coldly, "Just you wait." The old man mocked, "Don't make me wait for a few decades. I can't afford to wait." When Hua slammed the table, "You've just eaten my onion noodles, and you're already burning the bridge after crossing the river?" The old man was about to speak when his head was hit by something. He turned around and saw that his daughter had hit him with a sunflower. With his scheming mind, he immediately understood and laughed. I know. Don't worry. I can live as long as I don't want to. No matter what, I'll live until the day you get married." Then the old man was sent flying by a sunflower. When Hua, who felt that his anger had been vented, couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaim in admiration, "You're even more chivalrous than a heroine. Apart from Li Chungang and Dong Tai, I admire you for daring to hit old man Huang." When Hua suddenly had a thought and suddenly started talking to himself. "I'm thinking that Su Fengnian, that pervert, will definitely take a liking to a girl with such character like you. Won't you become my sister-in-law in the future? Then what do I have to call old man Huang?" Then he was also sent flying. Old man Huang sat on the ground and asked himself, since Li Yishan drew a line before dying, why don't I go to Xiangfan to take a look? He heard a cold snort above his head. The old man sighed and said, "A grown girl can't be kept at home. Forget it. Beiliang's own courtyard is chaotic enough. It's hard to say whether or not that brat can survive. Why should I bother to be this evil person? It's more practical to compete with that Taiping Ling who doesn't want the world to be at peace. Do you want to buy Taiyan? That depends on whether or not I agree." He stood up and patted the dust off. He said with a smile, "Daughter, wait here. I'll make you some onion noodles." When Hua, who had been hit for no reason, hurriedly shouted, "Give me a bowl too." Old man Huang didn't pay attention to him at all. This made Wen Hua depressed again and missed the little new year. Chapter 5:19. Su Fengnian let go of the dagger as he was surrounded by more than 10 ferocious bandits. The woman, who had a graceful figure but a vicious heart, took the dagger away from him. She was also tactful and no longer stuck to the handsome scholar. She took a few steps back and imitated the naive look of a 16-year-old girl. She smiled and asked, "Young master, are you afraid?" Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, "How can I not be afraid?" She held her chest and smiled sweetly. "It's good that you're afraid. I see that you have some skills, so I'll give you 2 options. One is to fight to the death and challenge all of us. After you die, we'll chop your meat and make steamed buns. The other is to join our stronghold and become brothers. We'll drink meat and drink wine together." A man who was as thin as a bamboo pole but had a full chest of hair whispered, "Qing Zhunyang, shouldn't it be eating meat and drinking wine?" The woman who was exposed raised her eyebrows. She twisted her waist and walked like a bamboo leaf. She stepped on the man's foot and said, "I'll let you eat meat and drink wine. Without me, you can take off your pants and cut off your balls to cook and eat." Su Fengnian said without hesitation, "Let's be brothers." The woman's eyes flashed with contempt. The skinny monkey spat and scolded, "With this kind of virtue, it's a waste of food for our stronghold to accept." The sound of horse hooves came closer and closer. The woman frowned and raised her arm to cover half of her face. She squinted her eyes and looked over. More than 10 men were happy. Su Fengnian turned around and saw 6 valiant riders galloping over. The rider in the lead had a natural and upright appearance. He carried an iron rod wrapped in gold and silver thread. In a second-rate righteous sect, this person would not be careless at all if he were to be placed in the position of the head. One of the 2 riders beside him had a black body and carried a pair of broad axes. He had yellow eyebrows and unkempt hair. He was born with a ferocious face. The other rider was dressed as a Taoist priest. He wore a large linen robe with a pattern of yin and yang fish on it. There was a brown belt inlaid with jade around his waist. He wore a pair of silk shoes and clean socks. His face was white and his beard long. The remaining 3 riders were all strong men with weapons in their hands. Except for the leader of the stick dance and the middle-aged Taoist, the other 4 were all stained with blood, especially the man with yellow eyebrows. It was as if he had been soaked in a blood vat. The 6 riders dismounted at the same time. The valiant leader said sadly, "We were not able to save Brother Song. We are sorry." The skinny monkey wailed and fell to the ground, wailing incessantly. A dark-skinned man who was 3 times the weight of a skinny monkey threw his 2 broad axes together and said in a muffled voice, "Damn bastard, I've been killing from the east side of the execution field to the west side. I've been killing until my hands have gone limp." The Taoist priest looked at Su Fengnian, the uninvited guest, and then glanced at the woman. The latter explained in a bad mood, "The fish and prawns have just been caught in the net. They haven't had time to cook them yet." She looked at the unlucky, handsome young man and smiled charmingly. "This young man has some skills. Since my brothers have arrived, I'll capture him and send him to the kitchen. I'll make a few big trays of meat buns and send them up the mountain to reward everyone." The handsome leader frowned and said, "Lady Qingzhu, why are you doing this kind of business again?" She said righteously, "If I don't do this again, I won't have anything to eat. A hero will starve to death for a penny. I don't care how chivalrous you are, but I can't treat myself unfairly." The man took out a gold ingot from his pocket and smiled gently, "Take it as this month's food money." He turned to Su Fengnian and smiled, "I'm sorry to disturb you. Young master, I'm Han Fong from Mount Lioi. If you trust me, let's drink a bowl of inferior wine together. Just take it as me helping you get over your shock." The man who sat on the ground and gasped for breath said with a rough voice, "Brother Han, why are you talking nonsense with this pretty boy? Drinking is giving him a lot of face. If he doesn't drink, let me, Lu Dei, chop off his head with an axe and use it as a urinal." Su Fengnian smiled and nodded, "Drink." The elegant man who became a bandit shouted, "Don't be rude." He took the lead and sat down at the table outside the wine shop. He put aside the iron staff that was passed down from his ancestors that was worth a lot of silver and stretched out his hand to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian did not stand on ceremony. He took down his bookcase and sat down face to face with this man who called himself Han Fong from Mount Lioi. They clinked bowls and drank the wine in one gulp. His straightforward action won the favor of many men who were watching. The Taoist, who carried an ancient sword with pine patterns on his back, sat down gently. Han Fong introduced, "This is Zhang Xiuqing, born in a noble family. He is good at everything, including the classics, astronomy, geography, and everything. He is good at writing. He was once a trusted aide of a provincial governor in Orange Province, but he became a Taoist because he was framed by someone. He is different from us rough people. The man with yellow eyebrows who sat down casually said, "Brother Han, you're still the descendant of 3 generations of generals. If it weren't for your Han family, Ji Province would have been stabbed into a sieve by the northern barbarians. If it weren't for that fatuous ruler of Liang dynasty, Zhao, who didn't know what was good for him, you would have been a 4th-grade border official by now." Han Feng's eyes were clouded, but he hid his emotions well. He laughed at himself and said, "Young master, you must be joking. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink." The curvaceous woman, who was nicknamed Lady Qing Zhu, picked up another jar of wine and smashed it on the table. "You've drugged it. You're all fish on my chopping board." Han Feng quickly smiled and said, "And this one, I have to remind you. Lu Qingzhu, just call her Lady Qingzhu. She has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart." Su Fengnian did not know what was good for him and said, "I've just seen Lady Qingzhu's dagger. She has a sharp tongue, but a sharp heart." Han Feng was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 520. The woman smiled sweetly and leaned towards Su Fengnian. "This little scholar, I like you more and more." Slap. Without some elasticity, there would not be such a crisp sound. The woman widened her eyes and looked at the handsome scholar, who she thought was not very strong. Was she being taken advantage of in public? Was she being pecked by a baby goose all year round? Su Fengnian retracted his hand and smiled. "Qin Junyang, if you are really willing, let's go to the bridal chamber." The woman laughed and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She threw a coquettish glance and walked into the house. The middle-aged Taoist unsheathed his ancient sword and slashed it. It stopped at Su Fengnian's neck and quickly returned to the sheath. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The men who were not qualified to sit down and drink saw this scene and did not even dare to breathe. Su Fengnian, who seemed to be in the dark, looked at Han Feng and asked, "Qin Junyang, are you sharpening your knife?" Han Feng laughed. "You have a good temperament. I will go to the mountain village with my brothers first. If you don't mind, you can come with us. If you want to drink more, you can ask Qin Junyang to lead the way." Su Fengnian smiled. "Let's drink a few more bowls. Master Han, we'll go first." They stood up and cupped their fists. Han Feng led the 20 men up the mountain. Su Fengnian sat alone at the table and drank a mouthful of wine. Qin Junyang stood nearby and said coldly, "They are not good people." Su Fengnian was puzzled and asked, "Why do you say that?" Qin Junyang sat down and poured a bowl of tasteless wine. That Han Feng used to be the leader of several mountain villages in Mount Liuyi. He looked down on everyone. In the end, those mountain villages worked together to deal with him. Now, he is in a miserable state. Even Song's sworn brother went to visit the brothel in the city and leaked the news. He was stopped by a large group of soldiers and tied up and sent to the execution ground. Han Feng brought people to save him, but there were only 6 of them. Doesn't that mean they can't save anyone and can only kill unarmed and innocent people? As for that man with the double axes, although he looks like an ox, just listen to him speak in a genteel manner. You will know that he is not a good person. He has a belly full of evil tricks. In the past, the mountain village was prosperous. There were many people. He went to the small city to drink wine with prostitutes. These past few years, I don't know if he got drunk or went crazy, but he killed dozens or even hundreds of people in a row. How many young girls have been defiled by him? That Taoist man, surnamed Zhang, has a lot of crooked ideas. He is the mountain village's military counselor. Naturally, his swordsmanship can be considered brilliant. It is said that when he was young, he studied under a great Taoist master of Dao De Zong and learned a celestial technique that can summon the wind and summon the rain. I think it is called Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit, or something like that. But Laonyang has never seen him ride the cloud or ride the mist. As for the rest of them, which one of them has not killed more than a few people, the mountain village raised an apricot yellow banner, saying that they want to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. But the rule in the mountain village is that whoever goes up the mountain must kill people at the foot of the mountain as proof of allegiance. How can this be considered enforcing justice on behalf of heaven? Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Then what about you?" The woman's expression was calm. Laonyang is the same kind of trash as them. How can I be a good person? It's just that I don't have the ability to kill you. Otherwise, how can you sit here and drink wine so comfortably? That's right. What is your surname and name? Su Fengnian replied, "Su Lang. I came to Mount Liuyi on a tour. I didn't know that this place is even more chaotic than the turmoil and chaos of war. If I had known earlier, I would have taken a detour." She laughed and said, "You should have taken a detour. This mountain is a den of thieves. However, I don't mind telling you the truth. No matter how ruthless Han Fang's bandit mountain village is compared to the number 1 or 2 devil cult sect in the Orange Province, they are just children playing house. Even if they only release a fart, these several hundred so-called Jianghu heroes of this mountain village will be suffocated to death. Fortunately, these devil rabbits don't eat the grass near their nest. They don't care about Han Fang and these small bandits." Su Fengnian was puzzled. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked. She propped up her cheeks, imperceptibly placing her chest on the table, revealing 2 lumps of dazzling fullness. She smiled coquettishly and said, "You are just a fledgling entering the Jianghu. There is no knockout drug in the wine. Can't Laonyang rub some on the bottom of the bowl?" Su Fengnian stared at her. "You," she laughed and said, "you dare to take advantage of Laonyang. How many lives do you have? Later on, I'll strip you naked and throw you on the chopping board. I'll chop off that little earthworm of yours first and make it into a side dish with wine. How do you think it will taste?" Su Fengnian swayed and fell. She was getting happier and happier. In the end, after swaying for a long time, she still did not see this handsome scholar fall down. It was only until she noticed the young master's pair of captivating red phoenix eyes squinting that she bit her lip and said resentfully, "Is it fun to tease me?" After Su Fengnian sat up straight, he laughed and said, "It's fun." In the end, the woman snorted and laughed. "Silly handsome boy, Laonyang actually didn't rub any drug on the bottom of your bowl. Who is teasing who?" Su Fengnian was stunned. She said softly, "You should go. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. When you go up the mountain to that stronghold, even if you fall into a big fire pit, even if you are lucky and have excellent skills, you will still lose a layer of skin if you climb out." Su Fengnian said softly, "Thank you. I know that you pretended to be a bad person just now to help me escape. Being stabbed in exchange for my life is just losing all my belongings. No matter how you look at it, it is a profit." She smiled and did not say anything. Su Fengnian lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. The 2 of them were speechless. She suddenly said, "In the past, I wasn't this kind of bodhisattva. It's just that you look a bit like my man." Su Fengnian nodded seriously and said, "From this, it can be seen how romantic and elegant your man is." The woman smiled sweetly and poured a bowl of wine over. Su Fengnian gently reached out his hand and used the embracing sparrow style. It was incomparably mysterious as he condensed the wine into a piece and then put it back into the bowl in front of her. Who said that spilled water can't be taken back? Chapter 521. Su Fengnian, who had played the game of seizing the sparrow and collecting the water, laughed and said, "It's just acrobatics." Lu Qingzhu's slender finger touched the porcelain bowl. Then she rubbed her willowy eyebrows and said in surprise, "It's just acrobatics." Su Fengnian did not answer and asked, "How did you enter the stronghold?" She did not dare to drink the bowl of wine. After thinking for a while, she said with a smile, "My complaints are too much and it hurts my liver and intestines. Let's not talk about it." Su Fengnian was not tactful enough to get to the bottom of it. "Your man—" She rolled her eyes. "You really want to know?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "Forget it." Su Fengnian did not want to hear about it. Instead, she spilled the beans from a bamboo tube, but her tone was indifferent. He was dead, a useless scholar. When his family was destroyed, a man in the stronghold found him an eyesore and used an iron spear to crush his stomach. Afterwards, I was betrothed to a third party by Han Fang. Before we even consummated our marriage, that hero could not control the thing in his crotch and hurriedly wanted to have sex in the wild. My dress had already fallen to my calves, and I waited for half a day naked. Only then did I know that a big shot from the devil cult was passing by and bumped into him and smashed his head. The devil lord saw that I was somewhat beautiful, so he showed great mercy and took me as his exclusive property. I followed him to that majestic sect. I was probably considered a concubine maid. I served him with a few foxes for half a year. When he got tired of playing with me, he sent me back. Fang Dei and the others only had evil intentions, but they did not have the guts. If they wanted to be the concubine of that great devil lord, they had to be alive, right? Otherwise, do you think a pretty widow like me could have lived until today? Even if I could have lived, I probably would not have had the strength to stand up straight in broad daylight. Serving men, especially those who were full of brute force, was very physical work. Now that he thought about it, back when he was in a place like the Imperial Palace, it could be said that he had seen a paradise on earth. He had not suffered for nothing. You see, you've brought up the topic. This old lady is really heartbroken. Let's change to another bowl of wine. This bowl is filled with evil energy. I'm afraid that I'll fall into your trap and really enter the bridal chamber with you. At that time, this old lady won't suffer any losses. You're just a newborn calf, and your head will be smashed by that devil's palm. You'll be a white puddle like soy milk. Su Fengnian pushed the wine bowl over and asked calmly, "What sect is this? Why is it so influential?" She said sarcastically, "Young Master Su, you haven't even heard of Shenmen's thatched hut? How dare you travel to Mount Liuyi to study?" Su Fengnian laughed. "Shenmen's thatched hut? It sounds like a righteous sect that leans towards Confucianism." Qingzhu Nyang took a sip of wine. Seeing that there was no one around, she said, "Han Fang's nickname is the Qilin General. Which eye of yours saw that he looked like a Qilin? Do you really think he's the state preceptor of Beimang? Zhang Xiuqing is known as the Thunder Lord, but I've never seen him summon thunder." Song Kuei, who was beheaded on the execution field this time, was also called the cauldron-carrying Heavenly King. Isn't that a self-proclaimed title? With his small body that swayed in the wind, it's hard to say if he could carry this old lady who's over 90 kilograms. He only knows how to use some lowly poison-hidden weapons. Therefore, Shenmen's thatched hut, although it's called a thatched hut, is actually similar to the emperor's residence. There's gold and jade everywhere. I don't know how they earned the money. Even the latrines are more imposing than the residences of the leaders of the strongholds on the mountain. I've never really been to the Imperial Palace, but I think it's not far off. Su Fengnian nodded and then asked, "Qingzhu Nyang, you're more than 90 kilograms, right? You should be around 50 kilograms. The woman was embarrassed and angry. "Can't I eat 7 to 8 kilograms of beef today?" Su Fengnian dismissed it with a laugh. The woman looked at the sky and said, "Oh, you don't treat Mount Liui as a child's game. It's not a place where you can come and go as you please. We're all elites. If we don't have some skills, we won't be able to stand firm. Go, leave behind something for me, so that I can give an explanation to Han Fong and the others. I'm no longer the Guanyin goddess who saves people in distress, nor am I a woman who's at the age of her first awakening of love. You can't be confused just because you have a good appearance. If you don't want to part with the sword you're carrying, take out some silver and treat it as a loss to ward off disaster." Han Fong gave me an ingot of gold to reassure those poor brothers of his who can't take the next meal. I'm just trying to pretend to be a rich man in front of you. This stronghold has long been ruined. Su Fengnian really did take out a stack of banknotes from his bookcase and put it on the table. He smiled and said, "More than 100 taels. Is this enough?" She raised her eyebrows and tapped the banknotes with her fingers. She laughed and said, "You're really a rich man. With your wealth, as long as your family's wealth isn't thin, you'll be worshipped as a spendthrift and a god of wealth in the stronghold. As long as they don't suck your blood dry, your life will be guaranteed. Just now I worked so hard to put on a show, but it turns out that I've been thinking too much. Su Lang, where are you from? Are you really a scholar who traveled to study?" Su Fengnian teased, "I'm from a small family in Gusai Prefecture. There are so many aristocratic families there that they're as numerous as the hairs on an ox. If you don't have the surname Ding, you'd be too embarrassed to go out and greet people. You can't even lift your head. I didn't expect you to have 100 or 200 taels of silver here and become a rich man. If I'd known earlier, I'd have come here earlier to show off." She glanced at the glib-tongued scholar and said sarcastically, "You've been peeking at me for a long time, and you don't dare to touch me?" Su Fengnian, who was caught red-handed, shook his head and said, "I'm not that kind of person." After she got up, she patted her chest, either intentionally or unintentionally. The charming scene of her trembling made the man want to run over and hold her in his pocket, afraid that she would drop it because it was too heavy. Su Fengnian still kept his head down. Qing Junyang didn't know whether to roll her eyes or give him a coquettish look. She left with a smile. There were no waiters to help her in the wine shop, so she had to work alone. There were always trivial matters that she couldn't finish. Afterwards, the scholar with the sword and the book on his back didn't plan to go up the mountain. After paying more than 100 taels of silver, he sat down at the fork at the foot of the mountain. He moved the table to a shady place under the eaves and took out a geography book from his book chest. He asked Qing Junyang for a plate of salted peanuts, a bowl of cooked beef, and a jar of wine. He sat there from noon until dusk. Qing Junyang didn't treat him as a guest of honor. She made a careless meal and ate it, then asked him what his plan was. Su Lang said that he wanted to stay here for a few days and pondered over how to maintain a mountain stronghold. He also asked her about a lot of trivial matters such as how to make money, how to recruit people, and how to win people's hearts. She even asked him if he wanted to cultivate a vegetable garden on the mountain when there were no killings or robberies. She didn't hide anything from him. After all, it wasn't a big secret. If this young scholar was a secret agent from the government and came here to scout for information and pave the way for the armored soldiers to enter the mountain to suppress the bandits, she wouldn't be afraid. If the mountain stronghold was razed, she could just go back to the thatched hut of Shinmen and work like a cow or a horse. To her, who didn't care who died, there was no one in the world that she was willing to collect. He could also pass the time at night, so he took 2 benches and slept through the night. In the house, Qing Junyang tossed and turned for half the night before she fell asleep. When she got up in the morning, she looked at herself in the bronze mirror. No matter how she tried, she couldn't get rid of the dark circles under her eyes. When she saw the energetic guy sitting there holding a book, her eyes were full of resentment. She didn't know whether she was angry at his shamelessness or angry that he was worse than a beast last night. He didn't even knock on the widow's door. Although she didn't know how to open the door, at least it proved that she still had some beauty. She snorted coldly and walked to the village with the banknotes that he gave to the village. After hesitating for a moment, she still didn't take 1 or 2 banknotes. However, she didn't spit out the ingot of gold that was in her mouth. This group of men were freeloading on food and drink, so this money should be hers. The village where Han Fong lived was not far from the mountain, more than 10 li away. However, the mountain road was not as flat as the official road. Fortunately, she was used to it and didn't find it too strenuous. After all, she was no longer the delicate girl who lived like a princess and didn't touch anything. Han Fong politely accepted the banknotes and was very polite. She even personally served him a pot of tea. Lu Dei, who was practicing in the mud martial arts field, stared at the young widow's buttocks and then looked at her tired expression. The man, who looked uncouth but was actually very thoughtful, had a strange look in his eyes. He was jealous and sneered in his heart. "Reckless young man, you even dared to eat this thorny woman. Do you think you can just leave after eating her?" Yesterday, when they went up the mountain, military counselor Zhang said that this kid might have some martial arts skills, but it was only Shira's kung fu. Could he withstand the pressure of the big devil in the thatched hut with 1 finger? This bodhisattva could single-handedly trample over a few stockades without taking a break.